Of the wars I've seen and fought, the enemies I've seen die by my hand? Sure, I'll humor you. My name's Canderous, of the Mandalorian clan Ordo. I've been fighting across the galaxy for 40 of your years. For my people, it is the honor and glory of battle that rules us. It's through combat that we prove our worth, gain renown, and make our fortunes. The Sith came to us with an offer. To fight a worthy enemy in a battle that would be remembered forever. Win or lose, as long as the fight is worthy and honor is gained. The glory at having triumphed over impossible odds is what drives us. If there's nothing at stake, your possessions, your life, your world, then the battle's meaningless. We Mandalore take everything we are and throw it into battle. It's the true test of yourself. The battle against death, against oblivion. All life dies eventually. A true warrior is one who can beat it down whenever it raises its head. But the days of combat and glory and cheating death at every turn seem to be over now. I take what I can. Times have changed now. The Mandalore clans have been scattered across the Outer Rim. The Republic is in decline, and the Sith Empire rises to take its place. The clans as they were aren't a threat, but the galaxy still fears us. People think we war out of spite or bloodlust. They don't understand, and fear that. We only wanted the challenge of the battle, and glory from it, win or lose. And we lost. But now I have no real challenges. Crushing Davik's enemies and the pathetic gangs in the lowest city of Taris could not be considered the most glorious of tasks. When I think of the battles I've fought, the thousands I've killed, the worlds I've burned, I weep for my past. We will never again speak of this. We've got work to do, so let's get to it. I was one of the best youth warriors in the clan Ordo in my time. No one before me had mastered the power of our basilisk war droids as quickly as I had. Except Mandalore himself, of course. In those days, we were sweeping across the Outer Rim, destroying all who fought us. Young Mandalores would prove themselves in real combat with unknown opponents above 1,000 worlds. Each brought back stories of his achievements. I remember it well, orbiting high above a placid world, its defenses just stirring. As was tradition, I would go ahead of the first wave to find enemies in the thickest fighting. I remember sitting there in my armor, linked directly with the basilisk thrumming beneath me, my heart racing with fear of the coming battle. The doors opened in front of me, and the air was sucked out of the drop bay, scattering crystals of frozen vapor across my path. I can't describe what it feels like to look directly down at a world, falling continuously as you circle it, with barely 15 centimeters of armor plate protecting you. When the magnetic locks disengaged on my droid, I plunged out of the drop bay towards the battle that waited below. The exhilaration, the euphoria I felt as I streaked into the atmosphere, dodging self-guided projectiles and beam weapons, was unmatched. An 80-kilometer plunge through the atmosphere, dodging and weaving, the outside of my armor glowing like the sun with the heat of re-entry. And with barely 30 meters to spare, I twisted and skimmed the surface, firing at the giant beam generators that were in my path. The explosion from that sent shock waves that leveled the entire complex around it. It was the moment of my life. I'll never forget those times. But things are different now. We can't go on fighting the way we did. There are too few of us left now. But I really don't want to talk about this anymore. I trust I've satisfied your curiosity for now. You want another war story, huh? You want to hear about some other world getting wasted, eh? I knew you were the type. Your stagnant republic has never seen some of the strange creatures and races we fought on the Outer Rim in those years. And you never will now. If a world isn't strong enough to defend itself, it's basically forfeit. But this story is about something a little different. We were going through the asteroid fields of the Crispin system at the very edge of the galaxy, playing with the pirates and smugglers we found there. The main belt in the Crispin system consists of mainly small rocks covered in frozen methane gas shells, and the pirates were using them for cover. I remember using a thermal generator to cause the outer layer of one of the asteroids to vaporize in a picosecond. It blew out and shredded the 3 smugglers using it for cover. But that was a mistake. The asteroid I had targeted was smaller than most, maybe a dozen meters on a side. On the outside, it looked the same as any other, just a ball covered in frozen gas. But something must have been inside it, something inactive in the cold. The heat of my blast might have triggered something or woken something up. After I'd hit it, spots of light and heat appeared all over the thin shell, still covering it, evaporating the gases. What lay underneath looked like some sort of rocky growth. A deformed rock, pitted by scores of micrometeorite scars. I think something even older might have been inside that. It started rotating faster and faster as we watched it. After a second, it started spraying fire, thermal projectiles that melted our armor like wax. We were caught completely by surprise. Before we could counterattack, it fled at an incredible speed. We couldn't catch it, but we could follow its hyperspace wake. We followed its trail as far as we could, heading away from the galactic core. When it finally led beyond the edge of our galaxy, we abandoned our efforts. Anything that wants to commit suicide in that great void is not worth our trouble trying to catch. That's the only story I have for now. I'll tell you some more stuff later if we get the chance. I don't have as many strange stories like the last one I told you, but I do have a couple about me and the stuff I've done. In one battle above the world of Althir, my unit managed to defeat a force of Althiri 10 times our own size. That battle gained me command of an entire subsect of my clan. Ha! I was the best. Except for Mandalore, of course. He was the only person alive, except for Revan, who could have beaten me. For 5 days, they had managed to hold off our forces, keeping us to the outer rings of their world, preventing us from attacking it directly. My task was to assault one of their flanks with a false attack. The Althiri would be drawn out by the units I had sent in. Once they had surrounded those units, the bulk of my forces would attack from the rear and defeat them in detail. They weren't stupid. Stupid races don't make starships and weapons of mass destruction. But they weren't masters of the arts of war as the Mandalorians are. Things didn't go as I had planned. I saw an opening, a mistake they had made in the disposition of their forces, and took it. While fending off our main force, they had let their fleet split in two. The center of their entire fleet was left exposed. I turned my forces and assaulted the center of their fleet, decimating them. This is a chance given to a warrior once or twice in a lifetime. The chance to change the course of history in a single act. Their slow, ponderous ship could not turn to face us without being overwhelmed. The command vessels were destroyed in seconds. Their ranks were thrown into chaos. It was amusing to watch the surviving ships scatter and flee. Several even tried to dive through the plane of the rings to escape us. They were shredded by the rings, or crashed into rocks, or were destroyed by our forces as we pursued them. Warriors do not flee from a battle if they are losing. They fight to the end, as we did against your Jedi Revan. Another time, maybe I'll tell you about how the war with the Republic went. For now, let's just get on with things. I think I'll tell you a bit about the recent war we had with the Republic. That might be more familiar to you. The one where Jedi Revan beat my people. We started by conquering worlds outside the Republic. We did it quietly, so the Republic wouldn't really know what was going on until it was too late. When we finally did hit the Republic worlds, they had no idea we were coming. We came in through 3 invasion corridors in adjacent sectors. Anyone who put up a fight, or wouldn't fight, was crushed. We raised whole worlds trying to provoke the Republic into fighting us. I don't particularly enjoy wiping out worlds for its own sake, but the cowardly tactics the Republic defenders used left us little choice. They had a choice not to fight. We meet the enemy wherever they are hiding and we wipe them out. A few cities is a small price to pay for a world. Hiding in the homes of civilians, using families as shields, thinking we would not use appropriate force on their bases inside major cities. They underestimated our resolve, and what measures are acceptable in war. Those who cannot defend themselves should not be around those who can in battle. If annihilating a city is the kind of power it takes to overwhelm a Republic shield device, then that's what we did. Necessary force to destroy all opposition. It's wrong to hide with shields surrounding you, hoping the enemy will be so good as to throw themselves at your feet to be slaughtered. I have no time or patience for cowards. They deserve to be hunted down and exterminated like vermin. There was no honor in wiping them out like rats. But some of your forces did redeem the Republic in our eyes. Especially later. Later, when Revan had joined the war. But we'll get back to that. We've wasted too much time already. We fought against the Republic forces for some time, over the course of many battles. At the start, they were not much of a threat to speak of. But once the Jedi Revan took charge, things began to turn against us. The Republic fleets began to use more than just basic tactics. Feints, counterattacks, mass deceptions. Revan was a genius on the field. Revan abandoned worlds of their defenders so that others would be too fortified to strike, and was willing to make sacrifices in order to advance goals. And in the end, Revan proved too much for us. There was no one else. The entire Republic had committed its forces behind Revan. The Sith had retreated back to their empire, and there were none else strong enough to challenge us. It looked like the entire galaxy was within our grasp. I still remember that final battle in the skies above Malachor 5. The two fleets filling the space around it, outshining the stars. Yeah, we lost. And there is no shame in it. We lost to the greatest single warrior the Republic has ever known. It was not your ships, or your men, or your vaunted fight for freedom that won this, the final battle of the war. It was by the actions of one person, the Jedi Revan, that you prevailed. His strategies and tactics defeated the best of us. Even Mandalore himself was taken aback by the ferocity of his attacks, the tenacity of his defenses, and the subtleties of his plans. He fought us to a standstill, and then began pushing back. We really didn't have a chance. It was what we had wanted all along, in a way. We wanted to fight the best, in a battle that would be remembered for centuries. And we did. And Revan won. I don't hold a grudge against Revan, and neither do any of my people. It was the greatest moment of my life to be in that battle. If Revan had been a Mandalorian, nothing in the galaxy would have stopped us. But wishing for the past to be different is useless. Better look to the future, as we should now. We'll talk more later, I think. The war we had with the Republic was supposed to be the most glorious battle in our history. But it was a very costly one. I guess we didn't think of how much we could lose in it. There weren't many of us after that last battle. Mandalore himself was killed at the hands of the Jedi Revan. The best of us could not defeat him. After that last battle, those of us that survived were stripped of our weapons, our armor, and our basilisks. Revan's forces destroyed them while we were forced to watch. Those who hadn't fled earlier were left with nothing to call their own. No weapons, no armor, only the honor of having fought in the battle we just lost. For many, this was not enough. While the rest of us were sent into exile on the Outer Rim, they tried to relive the old days, raiding worlds. They're nothing more than bandits now. And forcing for Davik was not stimulating. The gangs on Terrace and Davik's rivals were trash. They give no thrill in battle, no honor or glory in defeating them. It was like stepping on bugs. I sought worthy challenges, but the best that Terrace could offer were nothing to me. But I think now, with you, I may finally find opponents worth fighting. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. Either way, I think that by following you, I can get something out of it. Maybe later I'll tell you more about what it was like to work for Davik. For now, though, we should get on with our lives. Working for Davik was like driving a spike through the side of your head. Sure, you got something new in there, but in the end, you've lost something as well. Beating up people who wouldn't or couldn't pay, strong-arming his competitors, killing who he said. It was busy work, nothing decent. Assassin, mercenary. Those are names people give guys like me who do the killing to make us seem better or worse in their eyes. I've killed many people. I can't say I'm proud of it, but I have. Criminals, competitors, businessmen, police, women, children. Jedi were a better challenge, but they hardly ever poked around in the Undercity, until you came along. But I never wanted to challenge you. Never felt the need. Maybe I knew I couldn't win, just like all those years ago. But you're not who you were back then. I can tell. You've changed, and maybe I have to. I remember a time when I could do anything I wanted. Kill, maim, murder, it was all the same to me. But now that I am older, I can look back and regret. In a Mandalorian, I'm not even sure what that is anymore. The Mandalorian are gone, defeated by the Republic, and swept away by time. I look back and regret all the chances I had as a warrior, and then all the chances I've had since then. I shouldn't be getting like this. Not when so many other things are happening, but it feels like something has changed inside and I don't know what it is. This is unbecoming a warrior. Let's get on with everything before I start getting sentimental or something. You want to hear tales?
Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Saturday Night Sith, number 64. And we kick it off the best way we know how. And especially with regards to Mandalorians, the great one, Canderous Ordo, giving you his war stories to tell. And it's such a nice way of detoxing with some real Star Wars before we get our hands dirty with Disney Star Wars. But before that, I am your host, The Fractured Filter, and with me as always, my compatriot in all this, Jay Hitman. How are you tonight, sir?
Probably should have done that after, now that I think about it. Because
I asked you.
Just playing SOTOR right now. KOTOR.
Makes you want to boot it up, doesn't it?
It was just should have done that after. You know, oh man, what utter gloriousness that this man brings to just I'm just getting teary-eyed just thinking about it, man. Like, my goodness, like
I know.
Canderous telling these war stories and
I dropped the link for anybody else that wants to watch it and give it that thumbs up.
And then we got to listen to and then we get this. And we get this.
Yep, and we get this.
Where was Malachor 5? Where was Mandalore?
Oof.
You didn't see freaking Canderous talking about seeing a mythosaur and riding a mythosaur.
They always have to fight a giant creature at some
point.
We
got a bunch of manzy pansy pacifist. This is the way. Just bunch of pacifists.
Pussy fists. That's the best way to put them. Pussy fists. Before we got started, you were kind of lamenting about the way you spent your morning. So
oh God,
So what was it that made you, especially that you wanted to decide I'll hold until we're live? So
I
got to know.
Yeah, well, like some people just can't. Like I can't. Adulting's hard. Adulting's hard, and then I just canting's hard today. So like, I watched this episode on Wednesday, and this was the mother of all nothing burgers. Like, it was just the worst episode. Like, you know, what's funny is you posted, and I think the thumbnail was this season finale or series finale? And after watching this, they should be so ashamed of themselves to where this should be the series finale. There should never be a season 4.
Especially like the way they tie off the episode. It's like, yeah,
it was
more like an ender
watching an old 1960s sitcom, like the Andy Griffith Show is what I felt like I was watching at the very end, where, you know, it cuts off to, and so anyways, so I watched this Wednesday and didn't remember a single thing. Last night I was I was doing other stuff. You know, typically I try to watch it, you know, if I have to, you know, rewatch, I'll do it like Friday night and Saturday. And then I tried to do it this morning. And fell asleep 4 times. 4 times I put this on and I fell asleep. And and then are you ready for this?
Okay.
And then I get on YouTube to do my YouTube stuff. And lo and behold, I see now, for those of, if anybody doesn't really know, if anybody knows me, they know that Screen Rant's just dog water. They're absolutely terrible.
Screen Rant is a joke of a publication.
But with that being said, Screen Rant had a video that I was not able to find about Filoni talking about just his floniness and
Right.
Ahsoka-ness and everything. And so I watched this video.
Oh,
and
God.
I got to about the 4-minute mark, 4-minute and 31-second mark to be exact. And this guy has the audacity to talk about what you just want to roll the clip. Just roll. Could we just roll the clip really quick? Just at the 4-minute mark. We don't have to listen to it his whole thing unless you want to, because it's bad.
Before I get into that, let me go through the chat really quick.
Yes.
So okay, Static 2020. Thanks for coming in, but this is at 2:42 a.m. Apparently, I boomered the shit out of this. The original timing that apparently I had for the YouTube end was at 2:30 in the morning. I
was wondering,
even though I made sure and I set the Odysee channel and Rumble for 2:30 p.m. today. So that's why it was seeming kind of late that nothing was going on in the morning. So yeah. Wookie Be Bad has been in the chat. I've been going back and forth while we were while that was playing. The big old Canderous rant. He says, "Let's effing go." You can swear, you're good. Joker's voice came in. He's in here. He's been in the chat as well. We've been yucking it up in there, and especially then to get like he says, hey, we got Darth Giddeon. That's cool, right? And as he points out here, seriously, the stands are saying it really isn't Giddeon because in season 2 he had a mustache, and this season he didn't. Thus, the real Giddeon is still alive. I would not be surprised at this point if that's the route that they take.
There are a lot of theories. Even Star Wars Theory himself did a video about how this is not Giddeon, that it's a clone because of the mustache. Do they not have shavers in Star Wars?
Yeah, it's like
because this guy doesn't have a this is what's so stupid, right? Because again, there's some stuff that Star Wars Theory says that, like, I could stand with him, I can lock arms with him, but most of the stuff, like, we just disagree. But basically, what I heard, and I'm not calling him out, he's the only one I've heard this from. He was one of them, but because this guy doesn't have a mustache, therefore he's a clone. But Giddeon had a mustache in season 2. So, did he not shave? Because you did, like, that's like me saying, like, if I go shave my beard right now, somebody could say, oh, that's a clone of Jake, Hitman. Or if you cut your hair, they'd be like, that's a clone of Fractured. It doesn't make any sense. I promise you, this is just a way because they don't want to get rid of Giddeon. I like his time, like, he's a terrible character.
Even though, like, he shows up in the season,
TIE fighter.
Well, and it's like he shows up, and this is funny. Tuscan Bob Gregg, he pointed this out. And he noticed they already had such a theme that the episode before the season finale, Giddeon comes in with his Uber weapon, and I think we mentioned this last stream too. But he comes in with his Uber weapon, makes his big speeches and crap like that, and then we have the following episode where he then just gets completely destroyed, and we end the season very abruptly, and that's basically what it's been. And season 3 has yet also followed suit in that. It's like, what the hell are you people doing?
He should have died in the TIE fighter crash in season 1.
Yeah, in season 2. But at least then they gave us the stupid little, like, oh, he's actually alive. They're gonna be trying to probably reel this one in and see what happens. I'm also guessing because of the Ahsoka show, they're gonna see what plays out. But also the thing is according to Favreau, he's already written or in the process of writing season 4. So we know we're gonna get a season 4 of Mandalorian.
No Civil War at Disney, folks.
Oh, fuck off with that.
No Civil War going on right now.
Says he could have been a clone and go away for a season. Yeah, he's gonna piss off for a while. So glad Mando got his 40 acres and a mule.
this is what I think's gonna
and
happen.
and frogs for his little terrorist child to torture day in and day out. And remember, no one dies in Star Wars except the characters Lucas still gets royalties on. Yes, exactly. They can die. Everybody, any of their characters, absolutely not. And Filoni is very guilty of that kind of crap too. So yeah.
I have this feeling that Moff Gideon's going to come back in season 4 when Thrawn eventually shows up, and he's going to Ahsoka's going to basically kill Thrawn, and then Gideon's somehow going to. I don't know how that falls into their canon, but what's so interesting is Filoni had the audacity to talk about canon. He actually uttered the word "can." He had canon come out of his mouth. Not I was wrong. Not I screwed up Star Wars, but the word canon. And then he mentioned his relationship with George, which I thought was absolutely laughable.
Yeah. All right, so shall we?
I would love for you to play this because this is how my morning went. This is what destroyed my morning.
Oh, you poor man.
Thank you, Screen Rant, for still existing.
I know. I'm waiting for them to get the Gawker treatment of
They're
a
almost
Hogan style leg drop. Getting rid of them, Gawker style, because that would be great.
They're almost.
Oh boy, here comes the lisping Kmart cowboy. All right, here we go. Tell me if you can hear it.
What was funny was of all the complications I thought it
You hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
what was funny was of all the complications I thought it would be to bring Ahsoka to live action. I thought, well, that's a big challenge. I'm gonna have to really help Rosario. And then I start directing her in the episode The Jedi and Mandalorian, and I'm like, okay, she's got this. So I can worry about all these other things. I can focus on all this because this is going to be good. And I've just felt that way. It really made me confident to do a series.
Remember, this is also the guy that was with Rian Johnson, and
Did you start from the beginning?
Yeah, this is from the very beginning.
Beautiful.
So remember, he may have like some eye for directing, but his stories are still gonna be shit.
Well, not according to him. He's gonna tell you how he feels about that, Fractured.
Dave Filoni shares his creative process at Star Wars Celebration. I really do gotta. This will be interesting to wonder what goes on in his freaking noodle, because I am just lost at times with their creative, quote unquote, creative processes. And what we've already gotten out of Bad Batch, what we've gotten out of Mandalorian, and if he's mainlining a series besides animation, I can only wonder what it's going to be like.
Yeah.
Attention to detail, Dave. You're a character. You're a little girl in live action doesn't hold her lightsabers how you designed her. Yeah. Yes, Wookie. I have this going. This is shared streamed on Rumble and on Odysee. So I got it at both locations right now. And of course here on YouTube. So we are across the board. And hello to anybody on either of those platforms. We got you going. We got you covered. We got it covered. All right, let's continue the lisping cowboy.
Mr. Filoni,
how's it going, man?
First of all, I got to thank you because you got my whole family into Star Wars. We watched it chronologically.
Oh my god!
Oh, or okay, already whoever is doing this interview needs to be smacked. If Filoni was the one responsible for getting your family into Star Wars, that is shameful. That is shameful.
Just off the cuff. Thank you so much. You're my Dave Filoni. You're my only hope.
Oh.
Save me, Dave Filoni. You're our only hope.
Agreed. Hey, Joker and Wookie, if you guys check your DMs on Twitter, I sent you something. Dropped a like there too. Thank you, Wookie. Much appreciated, sir. Much appreciated. All right.
we're in Rebels season 4 now.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah.
Oh,
So
wow.
seeing those characters on screen, like live action, was tremendous.
Oh, cool.
And they love Ahsoka. So, question for
You gotta stroke the pet, right?
you is, what's been your favorite part of continuing Ahsoka's journey from Clone Wars to Rebels to Mandalorian to Book of Boba Fett?
And do you ever actually have the stones to kill the freaking character when you were supposed to?
Absolutely not.
Oh, right. No, he's not. Yeah, he can't. He can't.
You know, it's a very unique thing, her journey, because, you know, when I started out, the character was 14 years old, roughly. You know, I try not to actually.
And I put her in a crop top, and oh yeah, it's totally great.
Nail down exact years and things to keep things a bit open, but it's a special experience to watch this character grow, and it kind of in a lot of ways mirrors my own growth as a filmmaker and my ability.
He sees himself in a 14-year-old girl.
I mean,
I mean, this isn't news to us, but
I don't know.
Ability to tell stories. You know, it's when I started, I had so much to learn. I still look back and can't believe sometimes that George, you know, stuck it out with me. He must have thought, this guy, he really's got a long way to go. But, you know, he put in a lot of time and did a lot of Jedi training. And
I question your Jedi training, sir. All right, we got somebody in the backstage. Let's welcome him in. Joker's voice. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you for coming in.
This turncoat, this traitor to the fans. You were taught by the master. You were taught by the master, the maker, and you have turned on the fans. And I gotta say, I was on a stream with one of the channels in the Red 5 network, the one that actually allows me on their show. And I called Dave Filoni a hack, and the chat lit up like,
sure.
You would think that I was the guy who sentenced
it would have been like you stabbed their grandmother or something.
Right, exactly. I kicked their dog.
Yeah.
Or something.
You clubbed that baby seal, and it had the face of Dave Filoni.
Well, actually, I made a seal reference because when we were talking about the Ahsoka trailer and how I'm not happy about that because of one sentence, heir to the Empire. The host was like, that was my favorite part, and I'm like, oh, I know it was, and you clapped like the good trained seal you are.
Yep. Very good.
Like, how dare you say that?
Oh yes, someone in the chat was like, wow, that's really shitty.
In a very passive aggressive sort of way, too.
Very
like
much.
It translates so much through their comments.
Mind you, the guy in the chat who made his little comment, I've watched his channel too, and I in the Discord before I took myself out of it, he brands himself as this punk rock person, and I'm like, bro, punk is anti-establishment. You're sucking so much Disney dick. You think you're the Misfits, but
we don't know where you we don't know where you begin and Filoni ends. It's like, what the hell,
right? Oh dear. Oh, the Disney shows, they are. Oh my God. And I mean, some of them are just genuinely nice people. Some of them are just.
Yeah, some of them are just. I mean, and that's why, I've said, it's like I'll stay in my corner of the internet, and I'll interact with the people that I enjoy interacting with.
Right.
I'll leave them alone. If you want to enjoy it, fine. But if you come into my territory, if you come at me, guess what? I'm gonna start throwing some shade back at you.
Well, yeah,
and no pun intended. You're gonna clap back.
Exactly.
And plus, if you really don't, if the leader of this network really doesn't want my opinions, he could tell his channels, don't bring him on. But you brought me in, so guess what, folks? You're gonna get reality, and it's the reality. It's the reality you need to hear, not the one you want to hear.
Yeah.
because
Hey,
because
Good.
was it in that same chat I told him that that the Mangold film was probably not going to happen, more than likely not going to happen, because Mangold's not going to have time to do another Lucasfilm project, because he's slotted to do Swamp Thing.
Oh, is
And
he?
then
Okay.
well, and then just the other day I got I saw a Wookiee. I just saw a confirmation about that the Swamp Thing film has been greenlit, and Mangold is officially working for James Gunn, not the House of the Mouse. So I sent that to a little chat, and I'm like, what did I say about Mangold again? And folks like, okay.
It'll be yeah. I mean, they announced a lot of projects at Star Wars Celebration, so it'll be interesting to see which ones actually kick off.
It's going to be the Rey film. It's going to be the Rey film.
The Rey film is going to be kicked off. Ahsoka's definitely going to be kicked off because Dave Filoni Acolyte is. I think the only one that's kind of up in the air is like Skeleton Crew, because we just haven't gotten that much details. But I'm imagining that one is going to go through.
I think all of the shows are going to happen. I think all the shows are the movies. Mangold, no. The Filoni film, I'm gonna say no. The Rey film is the only one that's going to happen, because it's the one Iger wants to happen.
Right. Well, and probably Kathleen too. She probably wants that one. No, you don't really.
No.
How come?
Well,
I mean, Rey is just kind of another one of her kind of inserts. So
right. I mean, to be quite honest, I think she wants all of them, because if they all come true, Kathleen Kennedy controls the past, the present, and the future.
Yeah, and they've been working their little tails off to rework the past. Well, like you said, to rework and this is something like open airlock policy, and they've talked about it, is that they are actively working to rework the past to fit around their film. So they may not necessarily remake the original trilogy, which I still have a feeling it's on the palette at some point. They're just waiting.
World Between Worlds.
Well, and the World Between Worlds is gonna be another thing that'll helping them to try and rewrite the past to fit their storylines.
Because in the deal that George signed with Iger, the OT and the prequels are not to be touched. I
remember. I heard that Anna, the Star Wars girl, she kind of mentioned that, but I'd love to get more in depth on that book, because apparently Iger's book or whatever just like was like the mastermind laying out his plans completely, and telling the public what it was, and
the fact that Kathleen was relegated to like a paragraph. That's it. They are not friends. He is friendly with her because he's still friends with her husband.
Ah, okay.
Man,
I wasn't aware of that.
Yep.
I'm see, a lot of this stuff is like still stuff I'm kind of catching myself up on, because like it was, I had checked out. I was out. I wasn't touching Star Wars because I was like, you know what? They're already messed up with Force Awakens. Rogue One was basically the nail in the coffin for me, because that was like, oh, you took away a story that you could have introduced Kyle Katarn, Jan Ors, and done that whole story. Instead, you give it to swap characters that nobody's heard of and nobody really cares about.
Right.
And gave them their mission. And I'm like, fine, piss off.
but because Kathleen Kennedy has to insert herself now in everything.
Right. Absolutely. So, all right, let's. Speaking of
the Apprentice.
Yeah, the Apprentice.
Each episode felt like a paper that was reviewing how much we were all learning in the animation division. I carried that over when I finally went to live action, but I had to learn again the different subtleties and nuances of writing a script for that versus what I do in animation. It's just different. There's a lot of similarities. Virtual production made.
I don't know how many similar, because I mean, you're on a different timetable when it comes to television versus movies, and then also completely different. I would imagine storyboarding for animation versus movies. You're a different process being set up here.
Right, and plus there are things you can do in animation you cannot do in live action.
Right, you're allowed a little more your imagination to go a little more wild, while you with real movies and stuff, you're constrained to
physics.
Exactly, and then there's physics, yes. But I mean, at the same time, it's like you look at even like the original trilogy, what was put into the process of just the set designs, the costuming, which is something they can't even replicate.
No,
to the same effect. It all looks really, and it's probably also to the detriment of the volume that they use.
That's huge. That has made them lazy. It's made them
very lazy. And what we'll probably talk about too, and what's been pointed out with the Mandalorian episode, is how everything looks very narrow because of the volume and the way they have to kind of get everything so tight.
Right.
To where they're all, standing appropriately, and to where you can kind of go, oh, are those even real people standing there, or are those digital actors standing in?
And even in the Ahsoka trailer, that opening shot where folks are like, oh my god, that looks so cool. I'm like, that's the volume. That is clearly the volume.
Yeah.
A lot of similarities, but a big question was, when I do an animation of Ahsoka, I can control so much of the attitude, the posture, the acting, the personality.
But that's what you're going to be doing as a director, though. You're supposed to be telling that actor all that sort of stuff. Right. I mean, I get what he's saying with the more he has direct control of, getting the perfect look and stuff like that because
of her body,
but I mean, that's the whole point of a director's job, is that you are meant to get that actor in the same mindset and being able to, I'm trying to think of how to say it myself, but get what you're imagining to the person, and for them to properly reflect that. So, that's well, I mean, look at who he also was learning under, which was Rian Johnson. So good old Ruin Johnson. Yes.
I mean, Ashley Exxon, of course, with the wonderful voice, and our collaboration over years is something so special. But I had to then take this and, really go outside my.
So this is like when he says this, like the wonderful relationship, like you threw her out to the this girl. This is what I've like. I'm not a Clone Wars guy. Like I watched it. There's bits that like you can say that you like and other things you don't like, but like this girl gave like I think how many seasons? 12. Man, it wasn't 12 years. However long she was on this project for, at least
for the full 7 seasons, all the 7 seasons of Clone Wars, 4 or 5 seasons of Rebels.
4 of Rebels.
Yeah,
but she's like part of 2 seasons because when they introduced her.
Yeah. So basically, 10 years, whatever it is, what you want to call it. You literally throw her out to the wolves because you want to go with this girl with Rosario Dawson, who again is
to be fair, Ashley did great as a voice. She doesn't have a lot of camera being in front of the camera experience, and she's not really in the same physical athletic shape that Rosario.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen people like even Chris Pratt, who was a portly dude from that show Parks and Rec that he was a part of, to then transform himself into Star-Lord. So there's no reason why she could not necessarily do the same to get into more physical shape to do that role. And I mean, might be even more so appropriate to the age and stuff too. I don't know.
I mean, I'm not trying to defend. Like, I'm really not trying to defend like Disney Star Wars, but like this, like to give that many years and be like, we're gonna. And who is Rosario Dawson? And why is she a pick? Like, I
mean,
don't
the
know
one thing the only reason I see with Rosario Dawson is because, like, facially, she kind of resembles, she does resemble Ahsoka. Voice wise, no. And honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if they pulled a Darth Vader situation where they just dub over her with Eckstein's voice.
Wow, that was wow.
I'm just saying. I mean, they dubbed over Darth Maul.
I am not surprised, but by that at all. That would not surprise me.
I mean, it would have been one way to still keep, like, you have the look, but then you have the voice to go along with it. I mean, that just wouldn't have surprised me. It would have been another, like I said, Darth Maul got that treatment. You didn't get Ray Park's voice.
No,
that was I forgot the actor's name.
Thank God.
I mean, they dubbed him.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I see.
I don't even see the resemblance though. Like I said, maybe I'm not a Rebel guy, I'm not a Clone Wars guy, but like I don't even see the resemblance between Rosaria and
there's some facial features and stuff a little bit, but
I don't know.
And plus, I think Ashley's quite happy being a ambassador for
sure. I mean, they probably
and
made
like
it
you
work
say,
a while, but still.
I mean, the thing is too is usually a lot of these voice actors tend to do, and I mean the thing is she still provides the voice for Ahsoka in the animated shows. Like she was still doing the voice for even in Tales of the Jedi. So she's not out of work necessarily.
Right.
But the thing is I decided, okay, I'll check her IMDb, and yeah, she doesn't really have a lot for.
She has no chops. Live action.
No, it really is just a lot of the voice work, which I mean, hey, it's fine, but usually a lot of voice actors tend to also have real on-screen work too,
for sure,
to kind of match up with it. So yeah, she's definitely been more of the voice person for sure.
I think she just got screwed.
Hey, some people do get that raw.
Like I said, I mean, it is what it is, but I don't know, man. I don't see. Maybe it's just because I don't know much about Rosario Dawson, and I just think like if you devote that much time of your life to a project, and then they're like, we're gonna go with somebody else, like despite her not being at whatever it is, right? I'd be pissed. I'd be like, really? I've been on this project, like, but again,
you've been this character for X amount of time, and it's like, wow.
You shouldn't be surprised because that's what they do. It's what they did to George. Like, yeah, we'll take your ideas. Well, 1,000%. And then once you sign on the dotted line, we're basically going to say, our intention was never to do that. We were just trying to get your.
Okay, so just to play devil's advocate here,
please.
Would it be so? Mark Hamill was the voice of the Joker forever and ever and ever. Did he get screwed? Did he get screwed by not playing a live action Joker?
See, I mean, bring up a good point. Now, I mean, the thing I don't know. That's a good point. I think.
But I mean,
the question I guess I'd ask was he ever asked to, and did he just want to?
Well, I guess the same thing could be said for Ashley. Was she ever actually asked to?
That's a very good point.
To do that, sure. And I mean, I don't know, because
that's a good point.
I
mean, who would you rather have? Would you could Mark? I mean, the thing I'd say is I don't want to go off the tracks here, but like, could Mark Hamill do what Heath Ledger did from a performance standpoint? Now they're very different Jokers, right? Like a DC guy, Mark Hamill's the iconic voice of you can't really describe, like, he is the animated Joker.
He is the voice.
He is the voice.
Yeah.
And Heath Ledger brought a different sides of that Joker. So no, that's a very good point. That's a good point. Maybe Ashley didn't want anything to do with it. And she's like, no, I'm absolutely fine doing this. And Flannery's like, okay, great, we'll find somebody else.
But I understand your point, because that's the funny thing. Like, even with
I think deep down though,
like the Metal Gear series, David Hayter got really pissy when Hideo Kojima brought in Kiefer Sutherland to provide the voice of Big Boss, and he threw a fit because Hayter was the one that was providing the voice for Solid Snake originally, and then was providing the voice for Big Boss, and because Kojima was such a big starfucker, he wanted to have Kiefer Sutherland as that voice, So, I mean, there's been weird instances where this has happened, where previous voice actors just kind of get the shaft for the slightly bigger name, or just the bigger name in general. Because, Kiefer Sutherland is a bigger name, and to some, yes, Rosario Dawson is a bigger name.
What has she
bringing that star power?
She done though? Like what? Like I don't even.
Rosario?
Personally, I only know her from Clerks 2.
Okay.
Okay.
But she has a long career.
She was in the movie version of Rent. She was in all the Marvel
Daredevil.
Was she Gamora? Was she Gamora?
No, that is Zoe.
Okay.
That's Zoe.
Okay.
But she's in all of the Marvel Netflix
series,
Marvel shows.
She
was in all of those. She was the one thing that tied them all together.
Yeah, the linchpin of it all. Is like, really? Right. Come on. I know you're a doctor and everything, but come on.
So I mean, she has some chops. She was in what was it? She was in Alexander with Colin Farrell.
Okay. So she's been in some stuff.
Yeah, she's got some clout.
Indeed do. All right, let's see.
The comfort zone.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it only gets better from here. This interview.
I mean, there's more.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
The character in live action. The biggest question is who is going to portray this character. That is no small thing. In fact, it's probably the most important thing. And luckily, through different discussions and things, Rosario really rose to the top. And when I met her, I was like, "There's no doubt to me that she's going to be this person." And it's a fascinating thing when you walk on set because she's there so early, right? When I show up, she's already Ahsoka. So I'm just in the Video Village and I'm talking to Ahsoka, and then we go on set and we're in the Star Wars galaxy, and then we go back off. But she's Ahsoka, because by the time I
don't know, there's just something about
him. Dude, he is fanboying.
Creepy.
Dude, he is fanboying over his own creation.
Oh, absolutely. Now, he does this all the time. We've watched other interviews where he just starts gushing. It's like, damn.
It's interesting. Now, it's interesting. It's almost like, he was really, he like sought her out and was like, this is who I want to play Ahsoka. There was fan art of Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka for years. That's how she got cast. It was fan art.
Fan art.
Mm-hmm.
I swear they have such an interesting way of casting, especially like they apparently casted Lizzo because she dressed as Grogu. Like what? Really?
And then she was trying
now we have to live. And now we have to live with the fact that Lizzo it's Disney, but it's Star Wars canon. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, John and Dave, our saviors.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give. John. His name is all over this. I think John has checked out. I think he is. I think.
Well, we knew he was checked out of Book of Boba Fett because even what's his name? Oh God, why am I now of all times? I've been like forgetting the names, but
remember
Tamora Morrison. He was saying how he was trying to he was trying to talk to Jon Favreau about Boba Fett and getting the character right and stuff like that, and it was over the phone while Favreau was like in Florida for something. Ahsoka. And he was just called, we don't care, just do your job, basically. That's what Tamora was told.
He was trying to.
We talked about this when we first heard about it. And it was like he was like out of it, at least for especially Book of Boba Fett. He was like, boom, I'm out. I don't care. Just get this crap filmed and let me go.
Yeah, I'll
come back for Mandalorian. Otherwise, I don't care. I'll have my name on it.
I think he's I think he is writing out whatever's left of his contract. And
but he said he got season 4 written out for Mandalorian.
He's not going anywhere though. I don't think.
Now keep
I could be wrong.
hold that thought because Jon Favreau has a boss now. Because at first he for the first 2 seasons he was allowed to work pretty much insulated, but he has a boss now, and you're looking at him because after the season 2 finale with Luke Skywalker, who we all know Kathleen Kennedy hates. A few months after that, Dave Filoni gets a promotion. Executive creative director. He is in charge of all the stories. So the whatever John writes has to now be approved by Dave Filoni.
No kid. I thought they all were on the same level.
Nope.
No,
Really?
Filoni got that little promotion, and he's certainly been pushing all of his projects.
That was a big promotion.
And I think that's why we saw this big shift too in the Mandalorian with Botox Karen taking the front seat while Dim Jughead takes the back seat.
Who gave him? Was that Iger or was it Kennedy?
What?
They gave him that promotion.
Kathleen.
No kidding.
Yep. He has been, and when they were going to do, and they had that big Vanity Fair spread, the revolution will be on the small screen here, and they're talking about Andor and Kenobi and all this other stuff. It's Kathleen Kennedy, when they were talking to her, when she was talking about when Iger suggested that they were that she to work with John because he had this idea, and the idea is a Mando. So then Kathleen is like, so I arranged a play date. And she could have picked anyone. She could have picked Michelle Rejwan. She could have picked Carrie Beck.
Yeah.
She purposely used Dave Filoni. He has been her little apprentice the entire time.
He's a good little corporate boy. He's a good little corporate boy. He plays.
Do you think Favreau was giving like pushback, and that's why?
Well,
I mean,
or is fractured? Is there a civil war?
There's no civil war.
There was never a war.
That's all bullshit. But I'm sure there's some things going on. And like I've said before, it'd be great to be a fly on the wall in those buildings to find out what's going down.
I think John may have. I think John enjoyed those 2 years and was trying to make a counter to move the story in another way, and he got beat. Kathleen is way too entrenched, and John is not going to throw anyone under a bus. So he's going to be a consummate pro. Yeah. But I honestly think he's writing this contract out, and as soon as the no compete clause has expired, he's going right over to another good. He's going to go work for another friend of his, that being James Gunn.
You think so?
You think he'll go to DC?
Yep, absolutely.
It'll be a curious thing to see what goes down. And I mean, it'll be interesting then also to see the fallout if that does play out. I mean, it'll plus, I find the timing very interesting because Guardians is set to release really soon. Yeah, like May.
And then they mention the Mangold film that it's in production, and James just goes, "Oh, really? Dink. Sorry, he's mine now."
Yeah, that's interesting.
There is some definite animosity between at least Gunn toward the House of Mouse.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Even when they hired him back after his tweets that were none too pleasant to behold. Right. But he got hired back pretty quick, even though they tried to
you know why, right?
Him really quick.
Well, you know why, right?
At least from what I had briefly heard about it, was a lot of the actors on Guardians stood up for him, and
The entire cast.
yeah, I wasn't sure how much of the cast. I didn't know it was
the entire cast.
I know like Pratt and some of them were. I just didn't know it was the whole cast. So
It was
there
everybody.
you go. There you go. Really quick, Static had popped in again. Thank you, sir. 1:30 p.m. Yeah, like I said at the start of when we got going, I kind of boomered things a little bit with the YouTube side. It said 2:30 a.m. All right, no problem. It said 2:30 a.m. instead of p.m. So yeah,
You silly.
and yeah, I gave you guys some wrenches because I figured, hey, you guys run your own stream. You've let me on yours. I'll trust you. I'll trust you. He was mentored by George, but he isn't George. Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, Filoni is probably the only one that has he brings the attempt of mimicking Star Wars, but still doesn't quite reach the goal there. So
Yeah, no.
yeah. All right, let's get. I want to get the Kmart cowboy off of here.
Yeah.
To leave, she's still
Right.
getting off. So it's a very bizarre thing, but you know, you learn this trust that this person's going to take and embody this, and she really does. And so what was funny was, of all the complications I thought it would be to bring Ahsoka to live action, I thought, well, that's going to be challenging, and I have to really help Rosario. And then I start directing her in the episode The Jedi Mandalorian, and I'm like, okay, she's got this. So
Right.
I can worry about all these.
But what is it that she gets it? Like, what was it exactly that gave him that instinct of, oh yeah, she's got this? He's not exactly explaining it like in a way of she really embraced the mannerisms, or she really took it. She was like, I don't know. She said she proved how she had watched a lot of the Clone Wars, and so she knows the mannerisms or whatever. There's nothing really to go off of. He's just kind of like, oh yeah, it's totally her.
I don't know where that. I was gonna play that clip, but I don't have the clip.
Wookiee saying Lucas is a visionary beyond anything most people are capable. I'm sure he ate lots of mushrooms.
These other things, I can focus on all this because this is going to be good. And I've just felt that way. It really made me confident to do a series. And who knows where that goes now.
Look, I was on stage when Kathleen and John had those tremendous things to say about you. So congratulations on this film, man. One thing I got to ask you is, though, is this a culmination of Book of Boba Fett and Mandalorian television series kind of converging in this film? And what challenges
who said who cares? Was that you?
Yeah.
I thought that was somebody in the background. That's like, dude, who cares?
The New Republic face in this film.
Oh, I think you know. I think a lot will become clear. This is day one, and I still have a panel called Ahsoka tomorrow, so there might be some new revelations tomorrow. We'll have to spread this out a little bit, but I think when you're a fan, particularly of my age, and when we grew up, the hunger that we had for anything new after we were kids and Return of the Jedi ended, there's a great group of creatives now working in Star Wars. The truth is, there have always been great creatives throughout the history of the franchise, working, exploring, telling different.
Oh, so you're going to actually acknowledge the people that you're ripping off of? Oh, well, that's good at least.
It gets better. It gets so much better.
Story.
Oh, God.
Beyond what people get into all these debates of what's canon, what's not, and sometimes forget just the special nature of telling a good story and creating great characters. Part of the fan debate in the past always used to be what's canon, what's not, because there was George, and we always knew George was the canon. I look at it very.
Yes, but also it was acknowledged that the EU was a continuation of the canon. And I mean, I would say go to somebody like OG Star Wars, where she's pointed out very clearly how even Lucas himself references and keeps in mind a lot of the EU content, even for the prequels. Because he even in Revenge of the Sith, when Kenobi and Anakin are meeting up in the conference room with the holo projector and stuff, they're mentioning some battles that are going on from like some of the other novels and stuff like that. So I mean, it's always been there. It's always been part of it.
Yeah.
Very broadly, and just say there's just a love of Star Wars, because I knew George, I worked with him, and none of us are going to be him,
right?
But we love the galaxy he created, and we are very much a product of it, growing up with it. So
if you love the product so much, then why do you keep bastardizing all the characters he created? I mean, that's just my big question. It's like you claim to love more Filoni flagellation and bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like he talks about how they apparently love Star Wars and love the product and stuff like that of what George created. And I'm just like, well, I question that, sir, because all you guys have proven is how you want to go about bastardizing his creations, his characters and stuff like that. I haven't been seeing that.
I think Dave is of the mind that that he's created so much for Star Wars that Star Wars is his. Star Wars is his.
It's his now. Yeah. Big press X to doubt on that one, but yeah, I see where that mentality is coming from.
We'll see what paths that takes me down. If you look at the trailer, there's already some clues, you might say, and I hope it's just going to be fun for everybody. I'm excited to be in a position to tell these stories. So
can't wait for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Take care.
She should have died in Rebels.
Yeah, well, she was supposed to die in Clone Wars,
right? George
before Order 66
should have never been created.
And then there's that fact too. Yes, it just should have been.
Now I will admit, I was a big fan of the Clone Wars, and I grew to love. I grew to love that character. Well, what they're going to do now, I'm like, no, sorry. Sorry, Dave.
The problem is that she's gotten so ham-fisted into every little thing. That's the problem. If she's been relegated to one section, and even that a very small section, it could have been okay.
And she's gotten OP'd.
Oh, OP to holy hell. Yeah. And I mean, now it looks like for the Ahsoka series, she's going to be getting access to the world between worlds. So then she can just do about anything.
Well, she kind of can, because that was part of her little owl friend.
Yeah, and she got shown the way from Ezra and stuff. Yeah. But I mean, it's
right.
It's more like you say, there's more things to add to her OP-ness of all this crap. It's like, please stop, please. Can you just tone down, create a new character, please, for the love of God. But I mean, now he just brings in other characters to outshine characters.
And I love the fact that, again, all the train seals with the heir to the Empire line that they're clapping, and I'm like, you guys realize that this story that you all love was decanonized. It doesn't exist.
No, and what they are basically going to be getting is the it's the cheap Chinese knockoff version. It's the bootleg version of Heir to the Empire, where there's a lot of everything.
It's the wish version.
Yeah.
It's the wish version.
It's just like, you're not going to get Heir to the Empire. No. Because this is a whole new canon. This is a whole new set of characters that had nothing to do with the original thing. And at this point, I'm glad I'm not getting recreations of them, because, again, we've already seen
and
what happens to legacy characters. They just get torn apart.
As you said on the Wookiee stream last week, that you're glad that we're not seeing Mara Jade.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm real glad, because I just they would. Well, I mean, they would probably do what they do best. They would either just they would do what they've done to other established legacy characters, and we've seen it with Han, Luke, and Leia. Well, Leia kind of, but more Han and Luke, where they just gotten the dirt treatment. They've been kicked in the balls, physically, metaphorically, and all that. I mean,
Well,
they messed up Mon Mothma's character in Andor.
mhm.
So I mean, I can at least say, hey, they've been very they've been equal with their treatment, not just
Right.
male characters, but the female characters.
Well, yeah, and plus
Mara would get the same treatment, and it also probably would be. I mean, would probably be race swap too. It's like,
and they have
another ginger side,
and they did done it to Leia by the portrayal of what's been going on, the portrayal of the New Republic. Which Leia at this time is the Chancellor.
She's in, she is. If not, I mean, I believe even in original canon, it was Mon Mothma, and Leia was this kind of more of she was still kind of a senator position, but very involved with everything because of also then her relationship with Luke and and him creating the new Jedi Order, which is what we were supposed to be getting, but now that's going to be given to Rey. Fuck you, Mouse.
Ain't it fun?
Oh, it's like the moment I think for just that one moment, that 1 second, I've stepped away. I've gotten peace. I then immediately start finding exactly. I remember peace is a lie, and I start getting angry again.
And then you get a little smidgen, and it's that Psycho X who is a great fuck, but is toxic as hell.
Right.
And then you think, well, maybe it'll be different. No.
This time it'll be just a little bit different. Just a little bit different, please. No.
But I do notice this. The talk was, the first Jedi thing. And they talk about going into the past. Do you okay, this is just my thing. Do you think they're afraid? Do you think Lucasfilm, at least Disney Lucasfilm, is afraid to touch Revan because that might just that might just unleash holy hell?
Yes.
Maybe.
Because Revan is a darling. He is.
I mean, the funny thing is, though, is that BioWare has already done their damage to Revan's character. If you've played Star Wars: The Old Republic, they've kind of done the damage. And Karpyshyn, too, with his Revan book. To me, personally, I didn't like the book, especially with what was done to Revan. So, for some people, it might be kind of that iffy ground of, well, maybe they would do something better. Who knows? But I would still say Revan still has a very massive fan base. They did show at Celebration the Old Republic and that logo from the game and everything. So they are, to a small degree, acknowledging it. Very nice, sir. Very nice. Nicolas himself. So they might be starting to kind of willing to dip their toes into that territory, which will be very interesting.
Tread lightly.
Yeah, they'll be very cautious, I think.
Because we see what happened. Because I still think that Revan is, at least because I don't know that much about Revan, but the folks I know who like Revan, they really like Revan.
Yeah.
And we see what happens when you go after the beloved IPs or beloved characters.
Right.
I mean, just look at what happens when someone toys with Lord of the Rings. It's that is a fandom you don't mess with.
The Tolkien fan base, I give massive kudos to them because they have been ardent defenders. Ardent defenders of their product, and I'm like, this is what we should have been doing.
Yes,
a long time ago. But hey, at least there's a fan base out there that's proven.
But it's Disney. How bad can it be? It's Disney.
Yeah, how bad can they fuck it up? Oh,
Last Jedi. Rise of Palpatine.
And then Kathleen said, "Hold my Bud Light."
Exactly.
The Force is female.
Which I'm just gonna say, Lucasfilm was MCU before the MCU was MCU.
No, that's very true. Very true on that one, considering what was quickly kicked off with Force Awakens. And I mean, even prior to that, with Rebels and Clone Wars to a small degree. It was smaller, but it was started. You can see some small remnants of it here and there, especially towards the end. Especially towards the end.
Well, originally Clone Wars ended at season 5, and that was well before the acquisition.
Right. No, I know. But I would just say that a lot of the deconstruction and destruction of Star Wars lore started there.
Okay.
Unfortunately. But yeah.
Thanks, Dave.
But no, yeah, thank you, Filoni. You
twat.
Yeah.
You prick.
You wolf obsessed little weirdo. We know you're furry cons. We know. Don't hide it.
And don't you just hate seeing his smug little face on any episode?
On anything? It's just he really has this one of those faces you kind of want to warm the hand up and just give a good just smack upside the head, because he earned
this cowboy hat.
Like I said, listen, and I got it.
You're from Pittsburgh, Dave. There is not a lot of horse riding in Pittsburgh.
I think he spent too much time in California, out the sky in the Bay Area where the Skywalker Ranch was. So I think he has the accent for it. So speaking of Filoni, Favreau, and all that, so Chapter 24 of The Mandalorian. Shall we get into this?
Thank God it's over.
For now it is done with, but and my brother pointed this out when we were talking about it a little bit. It's like the last episode felt more like what should have been the season finale than what this episode was. Like, this would have been like the lead-in to the next season or something like that, because at least then the previous episode ended on a cliffhanger. You didn't know what was going to be going on necessarily, although you know what's going to happen, but you didn't know. Right.
I mean, so season 1 ended with, oh wow, hold on, and then season 2 should have really ended the series.
Well,
because
I think it opened back up the opportunities for Din Djarin to be going back to his bounty hunting, which was the show we were originally pitched. But not what we got with the stupid babysitters in space.
But then Kathleen, once Children of the Blood and Bone got taken off the table, and JPEG, his big mistake was he should have let her keep that and focus on that, because then she got involved in Book of Boba Fett. And that's what
I've heard. That's
how we got the Vespas. That's how we got Boba Fett.
I actually was kind of partial to the Vespas, honestly.
Oh, fuck those things.
Oh, come on. Little color coded and everything.
Somebody tried to say that was an homage to American Graffiti.
How? How the hell was...
Thank you. Okay. Mando's new ship. Okay, you probably that's a much better argument. That's an homage, because it's a hot rod, and George loves hot rods. He is not a mod. He is not one of the mod squad from a 60s Euro trash. No.
The people that go to basically the equivalent of a tattoo parlor, but for modding and getting cybernetics, that they're apparently all a bunch of downtrodden little orphans practically, but we have the credits to mod the shit out of ourselves. Okay.
Okay.
God. Book of Boba. Ooh, that was a dumb.
I would honestly rather watch Book of Boba than any episode from this season of Mandalorian. That's how bad this season was. Like, I would go back and watch Boba. I would go watch Danny Trejo teach Boba how to whisper a Rancor than this stuff. Yeah, right. I would go watch Machete over this. Like, it's so bad. I go watch
for that short moment that he was in the episode too.
Yeah.
Listen, after reading the bounty hunter books, or after at least starting the first one, I'd much rather go think about how Boba got out of the Sarlacc pit than watch Grogu learn how to control IG-11 or 12 or 13.
Well, I mean, that Beskar does the wonderful things. You know, if you have your full armor, you can withstand a Sarlacc digestion. But if you have just a helmet, a turkey lizard dragon thing can swallow you for a day.
Yeah, you can hang out in the stomach of a bird thing for a few days and be a-okay.
And dry.
You can tank flamethrowers, which is prevalent in this episode in particular, is that Jughead gets flamethrowered to holy hell and back. His armor doesn't heat up. Yeah, his cape and clothing doesn't get set on fire. Like, okay, I can see the stormtroopers or whatever they're supposed to be. They're more armored up looking, at least from a presentation standpoint. They look more armored up. There's not as much cloth. Okay, they're not going to get set on fire as easily. But freaking Jughead himself is he's got his little cape and everything. How did he not get set on fire whatsoever? Well, yes, and that's what again.
Questions. Just consume product and get ready for more product.
Right, exactly. and last episode, when Grogu's seeing his dad get wrapped up and dragged away, he can't use the
Right? Of all the other times that he kicks that in. I mean, the last episode, the stupidest thing was still Bo-Katan standing there for 10 minutes, never once whipping out the Darksaber to cut open the damn door. The back door that she does cut open seemed okay. I'm pretty sure this one would have been just the same.
Right.
So here are you,
which is leaving
idiots.
leaving Paz to make the big sacrifice. He's like, there are too
many, but I took them all out anyways. So what was the problem? Oh, right. You were trying to build him up to then immediately get taken out by the Praetorian guards. That's all that was to do, was to try and then elevate those Praetorian guards, which then just got turned into a freaking joke in this episode.
Which, by the way, I guess Grogu had to use the Force because as he exited with the rest of the Mandos, because that blast door is the only way into the base, he used the Force to navigate around to. I guess to
somehow
come out of nowhere to Force teleport himself to save.
He just teleported behind them. Nothing personal, kid, and just took them out. It's like, where the hell did you come from? Weren't you with
Machina much?
A little bit. And the Beskar plot armor returns, where it is again very selective about who it protects and who it doesn't. I'm like, and we mentioned it last stream too. It's like, what the hell is with this? Only some of their armor is protected, and others are like, oh, if you just happen to get close enough, yes, you can kill them. But everybody else that gets shot up at close range, they're okay.
And I am so glad that in this last episode, the Mandos figured out their fuel problem for their jetpacks.
Yeah, they were zipping all over the damn place
for a long time.
What's that guy? The Wolf or Vol?
Axe Woes.
Thank you. Flies up through the atmosphere and into the ship.
Low orbit. Man,
no problem. Orbit. No problem, apparently. But chasing after a giant pterodactyl, that was apparently their limit. Nah, oops.
It'll be fine.
No
one will notice.
I have a hilarious announcement that I want to share really quick. This was our beloved character Riva is now on only $5.
She's so stunning and brave.
So stunning and brave. I mean, the most popular character, right?
Right, the greatest character ever. I mean, she's the only one who can withstand a lightsaber thrust through the chest twice.
Well, nope. There's more. Hold on. There's Maul.
Oh boy!
Don't forget the Inquisitor. You can go ahead and forget. You can go ahead and forget Qui-Gon.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Hey, Qui-Gon. He's the Uncle Ben of Star Wars, where no matter what, he's dead. Sorry, brother, you're gone.
Who else should have been dead in this series?
Elia Kane.
Yeah.
She
that's
was
almost
as
good as
she was on the, and folks have tried to say, oh, she wasn't on the bridge. Yes, she was. She was on the bridge when Bo, Casca, Cara, and Fennec took the bridge.
And they shot up the whole bridge.
Yep. She's dead. She's dead. Well, she was stunned. No, she was not stunned. There was no.
Yeah, this isn't the Bad Batch where they have all their guns set to stun. Right. They were going in and killing everyone.
They were murking the whole place.
There was no before the shooting up. Set your guns to stun because we don't want to kill everyone. Okay, we want to play nice.
And there was also no, right before they got on the bridge. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
No showing her leaving the bridge whatsoever.
No, she's dead. Dead.
And
then I also love like the fact that when the Mandos are going to the surface and going through the clouds, they disappear through the clouds, and then the TIE Interceptor comes right.
How freaking convenient was that? I mean, wow, what timing!
It's almost as impeccable timing, almost as Luthen using the Iron Man lightsaber lasers to cut all the freaking TIE interceptors in half.
Which, by the way, since that is set in the prequel era, by the time we get to the OT, have they decided, that's a bad idea. Let's not use that technology because we never see it again.
Yeah,
it's just a vanished thing. Like how suddenly the lightsaber helicopters vanished too for the live action series. Dave Filoni, if you got some balls, bring that shit back.
Fuck yes.
I want to see lightsabers in live action.
Yes.
Let's do it. Oh God.
But I can't do that. They'll laugh at me. We're laughing at
we were laughing at you already, okay?
Right.
Grogu, of course, comes out with the back to spray again. We get the remembrance.
He brings up the back to spray. This dude's coughing, though.
Exactly.
This dude's
and also I nabbed this off of Rhino. This is also what they were hoping for.
Okay, and I was on a stream on Thursday, and we were talking about the entire season and how really, if you haven't watched Rebels, there are things in this season that you're like, okay, what? But it
wasn't news, yeah.
But it's key jangling the fuck. I mean, the first time we see Grogu and Mando traveling through hyperspace, what do we see? We see space
whales.
The Purgles, and I'm like, and all Rebels fans are just go. Which I love Rebels, but the stands are like,
oh yeah. It was the immediate
and then you see
reaction.
Zeb. You see Zeb.
Yeah, we got Zeb, which I will give them credit. He actually looked pretty decent for live action translation. So, and they kept the voice actor, freaking Stephen Bloom. He keeps his job.
Now, I will say this: I will give props at least for this season, Latif Crowder, who was more Din Djarin than Pedro Pascal is, at least got his name in the credits.
Well, at this point, I don't even know what they really need Pedro for. They might as well recast him as the guy that's been playing him.
And they have enough samples of his voice. They don't need him anymore.
They've already proven that the AI generation works for them. They did it with Vader. They did it with
Luke Skywalker.
Yep, Luke Skywalker. So
Tarkin.
That was still some of their uncanny valley shit.
Little janky. It's a little janky.
But that's why they kept him very shadowed. Yes. And then they made the mistake of having Leia dead-eyed thing. Oh my god. That was like, you guys shouldn't have done that. Now, I get why you did it, but you shouldn't have done it.
now in the case of Leia, you could still use her daughter.
Right, which would have at least might have helped with like the eyes and stuff like that. But I mean, they just like went full on with it. It's like, guys, you really shouldn't have done that.
I mean, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you, Dr. Ian the Malcolm.
God. The episode was so light on a lot of things that it didn't really offer a lot for me on taking notes. Like, I've got notes on it and everything, and I'm
and my major problem is because I see the time and I'm like, it's 42 minutes. I'm like, there's like maybe 35 minutes total content. Yeah. This is a fast episode.
It was basically that. I had it clocked at. It was filler for its finale, basically.
Yep.
Because I'm like 38, because mine was timed at 38 minutes.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
I'm like, that was probably like the 8 minutes was probably the credits and everything.
Right. Those are Andor level credits right there, man. 9
right. But so I'm also just trying to remember the episode because I only watched it on Wednesday and that was it.
I tried to watch it again today 4 times and fell asleep 4 times.
Right. Let's see. Oh yeah, because this was a funny thing. Yeah, so I started calling him Giddeon Vader. That's what he basically was. Darth Giddeon Vader.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell from the first time you saw him. And he's got this the Vader-esque looking. He has a cape, and I'm like,
yeah,
I'm like, somebody's got Vader envy.
A little bit, just a little bit. So even Bo-Katan manages to find their location pretty easily, or no, doesn't at all. She didn't know, even though she like knew everywhere for where Din had to go to take a bath, but she doesn't really know Mandalore that well.
Again,
suddenly.
Okay, so I said this. I'm like, okay, I could give you when Din falls in the waters,
right?
Because of the bombing and everything, there could have been some tectonic plate shifts. Okay, I'll give you that. Not full continents.
No.
You ruled Mandalore. You were part of the royal family. You lived on Mandalore. You absolutely know.
You should have known the planet.
You know where the Great Forge is. All you have to do, you find Sundari, which you know where that is, and you've got an approximate area
of where to go. Yeah. Well, and then what I also thought was funny was that you had Giddeon who was using his map that was apparently tracking not only Din, but was tracking Grogu as well.
Why?
But nothing at all is used. Well, this is the thing. Nothing on his map alerts him, apparently, or his minions that the stupid R5 droid has suddenly flown into the base to start hacking the stupid thing. I'm sorry, what?
The script needs the plot to happen.
Oh, darn it. this is the way. I just have to remember. That's all you. Anytime there's a big question like that, you just say, "This is the way," and it's explained. There we go.
I don't understand why Giddeon would keep Din alive because
there's no purpose in it anymore.
Right, because the only reason was he wanted Grogu's blood.
Right.
Okay. Well, you accomplished that. So even Grogu doesn't need to be alive anymore. And why would you send a infant into a combat situation unarmed and in an open cavity?
Right. And I mean, it would have been better if he was still in his little bubble pod. At least the bubble pod had protection.
Right. I mean, we know that stormtroopers have bad aim, but I mean, come on.
Do they though, or is that? I mean,
don't get me started on that.
I know. They were told to miss. They were told to miss.
A swing and a miss.
But they've only just now just like leaned in on the meme, and it's like, you pricks. But yeah, I did have a note about them managing to miss each other while passing through the clouds. No sensors or nothing on the ships or anything to detect
no one exploded.
Foreign objects coming at them or anything. Nothing. All right, fine. You guys are retarded.
Because just by sheer statistical chance, at least two ships are gonna run
into each other. Yeah.
Did anybody catch the fact when Moff Gideon was tracking them on the map that he went in the opposite direction of them, like the door behind him, like he went out the door behind, and then they went in towards the door that he went out of, which I thought
I didn't catch,
which is kind of interesting. So it's like, well, where did, and that's where the whole like people are talking about. Well, he was not really a clone, but like where did he go? And he knew where.
Did he replace himself with one of his clones or something like that?
So people are talking about this. So people are talking. So this is a theory that I heard. This is what Star Wars series was saying, that it's like you can't make a clone force sensitive, but there might be a way that Moff Gideon became force sensitive through Grogu. So he is off.
That's still not a possibility either. That's still not possible either. I mean,
the
Darth Plagueis book made that clear. And anytime they've tried to, he's a tit.
Well, I'm telling you.
I know you are. But I mean, we've seen it through, thanks to the Plagueis book. They basically explain how the metachlorines work in the way that you can't just transfer it from one body to another. You have to reactivate them within the cells, which is okay. He might have a degree of metachlorines. All living life is meant to. It's part of the force is tied to that. He could have a degree, but not enough to make himself force sensitive. You can't just give yourself the force. And even if he were to, that would be where the force itself would act in a way to prevent him from doing further. Now, this is where if he made this explanation that having Din and Botox Karen coming in and stopping Giddeon, that was through the will of the force. Okay, maybe, but it's still not in a way that has been shown. This is how they're gonna counter your argument. It's like, well, everybody has the force. So just look at what Obi-Wan said. The force penetrates us, it binds us, it brings the galaxy together. But you can't just suddenly give yourself more force.
Right. But and plus everyone, and plus every living creature may be connected by the force. They're not force sensitive. They can't feel it.
Right. So it was best put that they're basically like trying to make it like a super serum sort of situation.
Right.
Which it's not, but they all want to make Jedi into superheroes basically. Mm-hmm. But again, they're not meant to be. That was not even how George portrayed them.
Right. Because if everyone is force sensitive, everyone is a Jedi.
Right.
Or a Sith.
And like I think we even talked about this on a previous stream on that aspect of the way they've now made Jedi into such a grander thing than they're supposed to be, because it was in Phantom Menace where they're sitting at the table, Qui-Gon is speaking to Anakin. Anakin's like, "Oh, nobody can kill a Jedi," basically,
Right.
and Qui-Gon himself says, "I wish that were true."
Right.
But but I mean, that was just basically the big realization. No, Jedi are not invincible.
Right.
No, they are not meant to be invincible They're meant to be, yes, very powerful and stuff like that, but they're not invincible.
They're meant to be like monks. They're meant to be like Shaolin monks.
Yeah, exactly. And so the turning it into a superhero thing just so everybody can have their little fantasy of the Jedi is like, no, you got to bring yourself down a few levels here. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with making them fallible and everything, and not these gods. We have enough god characters out there. Okay,
right. And the whole point was the point of now the Jedi is something to aspire to. Maybe not using the Force, but the way they live and the way they think and the way they conduct themselves. It's an aspiration.
Absolutely.
And I'm just going to say that the Empire did nothing wrong.
Well, again, you're correct.
just trying to get
putting that out there.
Just trying to get rid of child trafficking religious zealots.
Chief was just trying to set up the galaxy to be protected against the Yuzon Vong.
Right.
Come on, he was doing the right thing.
Right.
God, people just can't let a man do his work. Okay, and this is another funny thing. How they managed to run through that big Star Destroyer really quickly. Act Wolves got through it really quick. Like, he got up to the bridge real fast. Like, I mean, I understand knowing how to get through the ship, but man, you like super speed there.
Okay, so to be fair, that's a Architan's class. So that's a light cruiser. It has a crew of like 175.
Okay, but it's still not a small rinky dink.
No, it's not. It's not. But it's not.
This isn't the Falcon or something.
True, but it's also not. But it's also not the first Star Destroyers that we see, which have crews of like 5,000.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'm just being a little nitpicky.
That's why.
And then we do
now if they had commandeered a executor class, that'd be nice too.
Well, okay, you're getting a little more technical on things. I'm not all up to speed.
Okay,
but I understand what you're. I just the bigger versions, basically.
Yeah.
And Wookie was Googling that, Joker. And then we do get a bit of Din Jughead sneaking through the base, which I kind of laughed because the music itself was almost kind of, to me, sounding like Metal Gear music. I was laughing.
And then the bridge fight where you get
he fights a couple of the guards.
Right,
but he manages to get out of really quickly, but he doesn't take their gear. Like, he goes into the situation without weaponry. Like, you didn't take the weaponry from the guys you beat up with Grogu? What the? Dude.
Take a blaster, maybe?
Something? Anything? I mean, they had to have had something on them.
Because they have to do the bridge fight where, you get to beat this boss. You get to level up. You get to the next level.
Okay.
You get to level up.
The bridge fight is the most hilarious thing in the world. Because as they're doing the whole, like, get me through the next laser beam. Next laser beam. Now, I swear to God, when he got the shield, it basically turned into Naked Gun. Where, if you remember Naked Gun 2.5, when he's behind the garbage can, and there's the other guy behind, like, another garbage can, and they're, like, right next to each other, shooting at each other. I'm like,
basically,
this has just gotten cartoony as shit now. What the hell are you doing? Like, to smash into the guy or something? Come on. But yeah, and then we get to the point where Giddeon goes on about cloning himself, and I'm like, hey, he's not using essence transference here. He's not a Sith or a Jedi. Knock it off with this crap.
Right.
And we've already noted, and we've already known that anytime you try to clone a Force sensitive, they go a little mad. They're not exactly stable.
Don't besmirch Sabai off like that. Don't do that.
Cymoth was not exactly in his right mind.
Don't put him in a bad light like that.
And neither was the Palpatine clone. The only ones where they kind of were getting it right was with Starkiller. That was after a lot of attempts, apparently.
He had a lot of emotional just baggage, though. A lot of daddy issues.
Empire destroyed all forms of cloning with Kamino, correct? Yes and no. It's kind of a weird thing, especially
obviously
now
not.
because
obviously not because
well, that's just it. Because even in their own continuity, the Bad Batch, they laid waste to Kamino. They got rid of it, but with the new villain, I forgot his freaking name.
Yeah, who cares?
But they've basically brought in the whole mountain base cloning facility, which is
from the EU.
Yes, heir to the Empire, which is where that was brought up. So that got brought in, and Dark Empire had the clone. Because Palpatine had his own set of clones, and he had a multitude of clones. But he also used the essence transference to go from one body to the next. But the thing was that those clones could not sustain his dark side powers. And he also went, even, believe it or not, even a little more mad and power hungry than Palpatine already was. But he got a little more unstable. That was the whole thing. That was the drawback to trying to clone a Force-sensitive being.
But we already know that happened, and it was perfected. Right.
And we got. I made the point of the jetpack fuel being infinite now. They put in their cheat codes for it. They're good to go.
Up, down, side. XX.
I screeched in my notes. That's not possible. You cannot just give a being the Force. F you.
Well, according to
and so that was just basically. Sorry, what was that, Hitman?
I said, according to other people, you can.
Well, they can go eat a dick. But I mean, it was just effectively like their way of further making Giddeon a Vader knockoff. It was just basically adding to that Vader knockoff mentality, or as some people have pointed out, Darth Maul. Well, right. Darth Maul too, because the little horns on the helmet and stuff too.
That's what I was gonna say. Like he's got an obsession.
So
with,
he's like trying to bite off of all these different people.
Right. And can I just say, okay, so this just popped into my head when they were continuing the baptism scene at the end, and they bring in Ragnar in there, and I'm like, don't get him too close to the crevice. He's fall.
He's just gonna fall right in
because that kid and water are that's not a good thing. Don't have him around water.
You would have been worried if the Mythosaur was just suddenly gonna crop up and eat the kid. I mean, the kid has some bad fucking luck with giant animals. But then we get into Giddeon and fighting Dim Jughead.
Why would you kamikaze a base? Resources, tech, why?
I think he was trying to kill Bo-Katan. He's like, I need to end this bitch one way or another. This is the best way I can do it. Ram the ship into the whole place. But no, you're right.
Fleet, damn it. This is my fleet, fucker.
Yeah, but you're right. Why lay waste to this base that was built up by somebody else when you could easily take it over and have for your own resources?
Because you're obviously not above taking Imperial tech because you have a light cruiser.
Exactly.
Again,
you're not above it.
Back to the whole Don't ask questions. Just consume product and get ready for more product.
Exactly. Mando gets into the fight with the Praetorian guards after they ambush Grogu.
And I just want to point out, like, so I mean, we knew that all roads laid back to the sequels, but if you had any doubt, the Praetorian Guard.
Not only that, the previous episode in the opening scene, you have Admiral Hux's dad.
Oh God!
Operation
Necromancer. Yeah.
The Praetorian Guards, and again, and if this wasn't enough to convince you, Lucasfilm bringing Daisy Ridley out on stage.
Yep. Exactly.
Bro, hit me. This just hit me. We talked about like Favreau's contract being like he's gonna walk. He was killed in the last episode.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a lot of people were pointing out too. Was that because they killed off his character that was adding
he's
to
gonna go
him
back. He's
being
gonna
out.
go. If he goes to as a DC fanatic, I'm just gonna just shower for like 4 days straight if he comes over to DC after just God. But again, James Gunn, was Marvel and came over to DC. Now he's running the damn thing, so we'll see what happens.
It'll be curious to see how that goes. Yes,
it'll be interesting.
It will be
interesting.
Who are they going to get? Favreau's backfill? Bo-Katan, Katie Sackhoff.
No. She's too old for Batgirl. But and then this was one of the most insulting things, and this season has been insulting or trying to insult one person in particular, and this is Kathleen Kane, and it is still petty attempt to humiliate Gina Carano. This had not one, not two, but three instances of it. When at first, this is early on, I think even in episode 1, when they have no Marshall there.
Yeah, they're doing the whole. Mando is doing his whole tour of, hey, everybody that I've seen in the previous seasons, I'm going to visit really quick.
Right, and so then they said, "Oh, she got promoted to special forces."
Right,
and
immediately after the capture of Giddeon, they promoted her. Yeah,
and was escorting him to trial. So
yeah, that was kind of vague, but
then we see that Lambda.
Ship.
So she got killed off screen
2 years ago, apparently, considering there's supposed to be a 2-year gap. 2 years. The New Republic didn't take notice of the high security guy they were supposed to be transferring to prison. We're sure it's coming. This is a little late. That's all. Just 2 years late.
And then they bring in IG 12, 11, 12, whatever the fuck it is. I'm your new Marshall. And I'm like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah, the IG-11 droid that blew itself up in a lake of lava that they were somehow able to put back together at some point. I get it, you got extra parts, but it's still not going to be the same fucking droid.
Why are you questioning it? There's the Alamarian or the Alizarians or whatever put the Baju Boo Boo face from Rise of Palpatine put them back together. Why are you?
Man, those little things are magic. They just can.
Bro, and can I just tell you, the practical effects in this season are just utterly just dog water. The worst. I've said this like 3 or 4 different times. Empire Strikes Back, where Luke's grabbing his lightsaber, they did a better job with fishing wire than they did with this puppet and then Baju Boo Boo Frick.
Okay, well, I said I was
didn't mean to cut you off, Joker Face.
No worries. I was modding for another stream earlier, and I said, dear God, Labyrinth in the 80s has.
Freaking David Bowie did a better job.
Just saying. I'm just saying.
It's like, well,
the Dark Crystal that was better than this.
it's the same argument. Well, they didn't have as much money as George did, and their budget sucked, and Deborah Chow did everything she could with what she had. Like, go suck a fart. No, like, there's no, like, no.
25 million per episode.
Let me just tell you something. I don't think
there's no excuse.
I don't think inflation was that bad in 77 compared to now. You can afford, a budget.
Well, I mean, they had the budget. This is called Where Did It Go? I mean, I can only guess it was all the flying Mandalorians and all the flying sperm all over the place.
You could have cut those scenes and actually used whatever money you had for like decent CGI.
Well, I think a big part of the spending was for the craft services for episode 6 because Lizzo was there.
I was gonna say Filoni, but okay, Lizzo.
Well, that's another thing. What are they?
Well, and Jack Black too. That dude's put back on the weight.
Well, how much of these people's salaries? Like, you have Pedro, who's probably not like he's got a stand. Who has a stand-in? Like, I don't understand. Like, are you that lazy? And
he was originally only going to get the voice actor contract.
Yeah, because he was limited at the time. And that was, I think that's like what people pointed out. That was the reason why they created this stupid helmet rule, was because he wasn't going to be on set due to scheduling.
What was
conflict.
He doing?
So,
was he doing the last of like what we like?
No, it wasn't The Last of Us yet. It was.
It's like what are you paying these guys? Like what are you paying Katie Sackhoff? What are you paying?
At least she shows up.
Right.
Exactly.
At least she was on set.
I'll give her that. She's at least there on set.
She's basically speaking whatever they want her to speak, but at least she's on set.
Right.
In 25 million an episode, you've literally 8 episodes, and they've been nothing.
$200 million.
Has done nothing. Like this, people work like, it's the greatest thing ever. We love Baby Grogu, and I'm over here trying to figure out how to get this thing in a blender.
Exactly.
Oh, wait! It's Din Grogu now.
My dear, how dare I?
I was just like, are you serious? Wait, what? Din? What? That's not. That's Mando's first name. What are you doing? This isn't a Japanese thing going on here. Come on, piss off.
Well, I mean, because you can only sell sets in 3, so you've got to have a child Grogu and now Din Grogu. You have to have the whole set now.
Yes.
And so, you know what they could have done? They could have saved so much money by not having this ridiculous jetpack fight scene in the air. And then, like, I watched this scene. I'm like, this is a combination of like Lord of the Rings and Spaceball? I don't even know. But like, she pulls out the Darksaber. She's like, I got Theoden King's voice in my head where he's like, "For Theoden," and then they go and they start riding the horses down and go into battle. Like,
but that was cool.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, that. But like, Botox Karen pulling out her Botox needle, going into battle.
But did you laugh when after the Bo-Katan Darksaber, the armor has her tongs out, and I'm like,
she did that in what was it, episode 4 when she like literally hitting these guys with no it was not a single. She smashes.
And what was it? Season 1, she did that too. She beat up the stormtroopers with her tongs and hammer.
Smoked this Trandoshan with no blood.
Now at least in season 1, it was 2 stormtroopers simultaneously
coming at her instead of
coming at her. In this thing, no. They are looking down at the Mandos. They're shooting as she yeets a guy. Like, I'm not looking behind me. I'm not going to look. Nope. I'm not going to look behind me. Oh crap!
I look behind me.
Right. Exactly.
Like, you're literally using a hammer and pliers, and it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. Like, what are you doing? No pun intended, because Botox Karen did the same thing.
Yeah.
At the beginning, I'm like, what? Oh, but here's that. I forgot you have Beskar plot armor. They're not going to kill the armor.
Is it something to do with the Praetorian Guards to where your fight choreography just turns to absolute shit?
Yes.
Bro,
Because
I
I had
thought the
to-
armor was going to come in and save Grogu with her hammer and pliers.
She might as well have, but
going to take the whole Praetorian Guard out with a hammer.
But it was just funny because Din Djarin gets in there and immediately, like, yeah, he shoots one down to the ground, but then immediately the guy's back up and takes like almost a full minute to kind of just stand there and be like, I should probably attack this guy. Oh, I gotta attack this guy, and then finally launches out his whip to continue the fight. I'm like, is there just something about these guards that just like that brings out the worst fight choreography?
Also,
hey there, Derpy Entertainment.
Also, those energy, the weapons that could pierce the Beskar of Paz Vizsla can't pierce Mando's now.
No, because his is the pure Beskar. He had a food stamp. He's a crap Beskar. There's a difference. He had the Walmart version.
The Chinese knockoff version.
Wish. So he ordered his off of Wish then. Got it.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And the other thing, I just love the fact that they like, I don't know, they turned the Stormtrooper Beskar white. I thought that was just hilarious. Like,
well, they gotta stick. They gotta. Hey, again, merchandising. I'm gonna have to get that clip from Spaceballs now, where Yogurt is doing the whole merchandising thing. Because it's
we have new stormtroopers. Aren't these cool? You want to buy these?
And then
you want to buy Giddeon.
All jetpacks are new. I mentioned you brought that up, or I heard you bring that up, but apparently all jetpacks are interchangeable now. Apparently the Stormtroopers jetpack are the exact same that Mando had. So.
Same tax, same everything. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. I however am anxiously awaiting my light up popsicles.
Oh, from the carnival, yeah. You know what's funny though? You know what I caught? So in season 2, into season 2, Luke basically lays out what looks like Yoda's lightsaber, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure Yoda's lightsaber was lost on
the rotunda. It was thrown into a furnace.
Yeah. So he lays down a little lightsaber and then the chainmail. But boy, howdy, wouldn't that little lightsaber come in handy when he's pulling a whole Yoda fighting the Praetorian Guard or just playing, hide and seek with them.
It would have been handy, yeah.
It would have been nice, but no.
And his endurance has sure shot up. I mean, it went from he jumped one time and had to nap for 4 episodes, and now he's just going bouncing all over the wall and not having to sleep.
Which would have been able to do force pushes and move people stuff that would have come in handy previous episode.
A little bit, yeah. It would have been a handy thing to suddenly bust out.
Right.
I think of the Red Hand and like the Emperor's like Royal Guard and everything, and like looking at the Praetorian Guard and that choreography, like boy howdy, how disrespectful to like the Red Hand and Emperor's Hand. Sorry, Emperor's
okay,
Hand,
now
Red Hand, but...
now to give the choreography a little benefit of the doubt, if you actually watch the choreography and watch it in slow-mo, as I'm sure we all have from the throne room scene in TLJ, it's Daisy Ridley's fault. She is not hitting her marks at the right time, so the guard is like, okay, I'm going to swing. Wait. Oh, she's not moving. Okay, now I swing.
But here's the thing, yes, to your point, like I understand that, but like you produced this. Like you put this out. Like, so instead of maybe, I don't know, like that was just terrible.
Johnson, that's fine. Don't worry about it. That's fine.
Nobody's going to question it. It goes back to the whole Andor thing. It's like, nobody's stupid enough to question us. So we're just going to have like, no, what do I say, Fracture? Like, nobody would be stupid enough to attack us. So therefore we should only have 40 troopers guarding a outpost. Like
guarding an outpost of their big treasury that they're meant to be all holding on to for their payroll and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You just need a few inept cards. You're good.
let's also not put a shield around a outpost where the Inquisitors are right next to Vader's planet on Mustafar.
Right.
I like to
And
also bring up
sorry, go
the
ahead.
fact that, well, you know, you bring up Daisy Ridley, but here's the thing: like, Daisy Ridley is considerably younger than Ian McDiarmid, and Ian McDiarmid was not the greatest swordsman when he was fighting with Palpatine. But you still go back and you watch that fight scene; it still looked a million times better than anything we got in the sequels.
And the funny thing is, too, is that was a sudden change from Lucas. Lucas suddenly decided, hey, I want to have Ian McDiarmid do the sword play because they had it choreographed out.
Oh,
originally was with a stunt actor, and then it was George was like, actually no, I want to have him. I want to have Ian McDiarmid in the fight. I get it.
Did you see the fight that we were supposed to get? Did you see what we were supposed to have gotten from that?
Oh, it was insane.
Oh, and like I said, I mean, I'm a little hurt by it, but it's just it was so amazing, like that, like him taking out like. Oh
yeah, it was a lot more fleshed out than what we unfortunately got. But hey, memeable as hell. So
I was like, George, what are you doing? Why would you take this out?
This is what happens when you have a creative and no one to tell him no.
Yeah,
it's George, sometimes this is not the way, George. This is not the way.
Jar Jar, not a good idea. Bad idea. Oh
Bad George. Bad George.
Kellerman Beck, what the fuck was that about? A character that's not even Star Wars canon that was on some stupid YouTube fan game. Oh.
Yeah. And what's okay? What? So I was like, okay, is he gonna be like the guy that pops up in the season finale to come and help Grogu? Because we got no resolution to that little flashback at all. So what are we supposed to wait till season 4 to see what happens? I mean, we got nothing out of that.
I don't care.
And nobody, we haven't even figured out where Darth Jar Jar went, and if Darth Jar Jar was actually Palpatine. So where's he at?
Hey, Brandon, welcome here. What's up, guys? Is Joker voice you guys invited? I invited him on. Yes, he was willing to come in and join us with the massacring of season 3 of Mando.
Apparently, I had not enough self
restraint. Mando season 3 finale was a disaster. What the fuck? Moff Giddeon getting killed like an idiot.
He's not dead. He's not. That was
no one has ever gone.
No, that's a clone. That was one of his clones, and he escaped, and he's forced to watch.
It was a clone because it's obvious. Because you see, in season 1 and 2, he had a mustache.
That's so
He had a mustache. But in season 3, he didn't have a mustache. So it's a clone.
Yeah, because in season 2, he didn't have Gillette wasn't sponsoring him.
Well, so guys, somehow Giddeon returned. We know it's coming. Good old Grizzy for that one.
And then all the stands are gonna go, see, we told you. Go fuck yourself.
So let's go around the table really quick. So I just to settle it. Fractured, do you think Gideon's dead?
No. Without a shadow of a doubt, he's going to make a return because they cannot kill characters, for one, especially their own, and especially ones that they find that they probably think are marketable. And then 2, it's just called they need a constant villain, and apparently Giddeon is it, because otherwise he should have been out in season 2. At the end of season 2, he should have been done with.
No, for sure. In the TIE Fighter. Joker voice, do you think Gideon's gone?
It wouldn't shock me. I so don't care. Because
for sure.
Because
I don't think any of us do.
Because Giddeon is Kylo Ren. He gets beaten every battle, but yet he's a credible threat. No, he's not. No.
Yeah. No, they did the damage to him back in season 1. And then they brought him back for season 2 and did more damage to him. And they're like, you know what? Who we should bring back again? Let's bring back Giddeon for season 3.
Which for me, the most satisfying ending this could have been. Okay, because the title is The Return. the return of what? There's nothing that returned.
There was nothing returning.
So
the Mandalorian's to Mandalore.
Oh, what would have been the best is have a post-credit scene like they did for the last 2
I
seasons.
checked too after the episode was done. I was like, wait a minute. Okay.
Right.
I fast forwarded to the end just to see. I'm like, oh, there was nothing.
And
okay.
What would have been cool? What would have been cool is if Moff is leaving in, if he's not dead, leaving in a ship, and all of a sudden, out of hyperspace, there's a Star Destroyer, and we see
Thrawn
Thrawn
kills him.
Take him out.
You know, like, here, I heard you were talking crap about me. No, he shows up, and then the Eminem songs. Guess who's back? Thrawn is back.
Okay.
That would have been
now if he's escaping in the TIE fighter, but as he's escaping, a tractor beam hits him, pulls him onto a ship, and then he gets greeted by a couple of Nogri guards, and then they bring him along, and he even passes by Pelion, who kind of is actually finally standing. He's standing confidently. And just like the shit-eating grin of you done, and just the look of you done fucked up. Basically.
Well, that's another thing.
And then walks him up to a doorway. It just shoots open, but he has to walk in, and then the light is shining on just the back of Thrawn. And that's all. And then right as Giddeon walks in, doors close. That's the end.
No, I was hoping.
I just wrote a better finale for that.
I was hoping last episode when Giddeon was talking all this crap on Thrawn that Pelion would have just released the Nogri and they would have killed Giddeon right then and there on scene.
Oh, that would have been perfect too.
Like, have you heard of the Nogri?
and the people I feel sorry for the most was the Mandos in that 2 year break that had to paint the Mandalorian symbol on the bottom of that Imperial cruiser, because that would have taken us some time.
Yeah, that took a lot of time to get that painted on there. So they wasted that time for nothing.
Going in shifts. All right, Bill and Tom, you got today. You got from this hour to this hour. Susie and Pam, you got after that.
We painting this bitch.
Dude, where's Peggy? I haven't seen your favorite character in the last couple episodes.
Shut up, you.
Well, we did. We avoided the Jawa fucker.
Is Peli?
No, she turned into that alien that was at the New Republic
at the bar. Yeah. Oh, she was in disguise. She was the spy.
There we go.
Oh, we got our answer.
There we go. Which, by the way, if the New Republic is all about destroying what was left over by the Empire and has all these rules and regulations, how the hell is a Viper droid hanging out?
I don't know. Your guess would be as good as mine, man.
This whole season, I mean, we have seen some
contrivances. It's just contrivances,
conveniences. It's like you name it, it's got it. And it's all just to move whatever plot they supposedly have along.
Which just
I can't remember.
John has checked out.
Somebody's checked out. I don't know.
That's interesting because you think like. Was season 1 and season 2 when Favreau was involved any better than season 3? And I asked this because if John checked out, would that explain why this season was so bad?
Mm-hmm. Well, they still had so many issues with even season 1 and stuff like that. I mean, look at
for sure.
We still never got an explanation to the tracking fobs.
Listen,
and then within even season 2, the tracking fobs, which was apparently still attuned to Grogu, they never used that to track him down to find him on Gideon's ship. Instead, no, hey, Giddeon, guess what? We coming to find you, boy. We know where you are. Giddeon, like a dumbass, is like, I'll just stay right here and I'll just leave my super powerful droids on standby. It'll be
It'll be
okay.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. No. I mean, there's the problems riddled throughout this. I mean, you could say he's checked out or whatever, meddling, whatever. You still have another person that's been in charge. You've had Filoni that's been overseeing it as well. So you could try and pass the buck along, but I mean, personally, I'll hold them both responsible for this horse shit.
Totally
because this has been effectively their baby. Because the Mandalorian was basically what helped kind of bring back a degree of
goodwill.
Yes, because it was not dog shit like the Disney trilogy was.
Okay, because even for its flaws, it felt like Star Wars. It felt
to
like
a degree,
that
but it was still missing elements like the music and stuff like that.
What are you talking? Season 1?
He's saying in general.
Oh, just
we're talking Mando in general. But season 1 especially, it brought the goodwill and stuff like that.
The best episode or the best 10 seconds of season 1 was literally when
first episode at the beginning.
Well, yeah, the bar the bar scene where he grapples the guy and then cuts him in half with the door.
That was like
and then season 2, the Rocky Balboa scene where he goes into the meat locker and then literally cuts the dude in half. With the
for Book of Boba Fett, that episode.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Book of Boba Fett.
That was supposed to be episode 1 of season 3.
See, that's what I said it when we fucking reviewed it, that this has to have been what they were planning for the first season, but because Boba Fett was doing so trash, they were like, we need to save this series one way or another. So let's bring Mando in out of the freaking blue.
So those 2 episodes were episode 1 and 2.
Okay.
So funny enough, the highest viewed episodes were I just lost my train of thought. My goodness. Oh, the Danny Trejo scene, the Danny Trejo episode, and then Mando coming in. Those were the 2 highest paid because of one, Danny Trejo. Everybody loves Danny Trejo. Danny Trejo is the Sean Bean of whatever he does. He always gets screwed.
Now
brings life to it.
Now, and I know it's not the best the metric, but when you compare their own numbers to their own numbers, it's fine. Season 1 of Mando, according to Rotten Tomatoes, had an audience approval of 92%. Season 2 had an audience approval of 91%. Season 3, 50%.
You're kidding?
Nope. Massive drop.
Well, I mean, what would you? I guess that would be attributed to Book of Boba Fett, to Kenobi, to Andor, even though like Andor was so great. But I mean, I think people are getting that fatigue finally.
No.
And it's just, and they've lost any goodwill that they had from Mando season 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody had followed the drama with Gina Carano and everything, it was just called, no, we're tapped out. So hey, I mean, if we're finally seeing some results of it, good. It just kind of took you guys a little while.
I mean, okay, Andor was so ill received. Its premiere episode. What numbers am I using here? Okay, Samba TV. Samba TV had that thing at 750,000 homes viewed that premiere episode. For context, Ms. Marvel, 775 homes viewed. It had a lower viewership than Ms. Marvel.
Huh. That's
Are you saying Andor was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they knew that it was a ripoff Kyle Katarn.
Andor is certainly that. But this was going to be a point, Brandon. Yeah, we will. I do want to talk about that. Believe me, the dork saber. Well, I mean, what's so funny? It was supposedly made of Beskar, and yet, I mean, I get it. He has like a slight enhanced suit.
But Bo-Katan's hand is crushed.
Well, yeah, that's what I said it on Twitter. Her hand should have been turned into burger meat. Her hand should have been burger meat after being crushed like that.
Because she had Beskar on.
No, she didn't. Not her gloves. Her gloves were leather gloves.
They were lined with Beskar.
Like Beskar interwoven.
Only
like vibranium, you know.
Only the EU Mandalorians were able to make Beskar into clothing. They were the only ones with that Smith ship to do so.
You are
not
correct.
these Mandos. These Mandos are retarded. We have been proven that.
Filoni, because he's a trash panda.
Well, I know he's the trash panda. I know.
So I'm just saying, 1, the Force is female. 2, this is the way, and 3, it's Beskar woven into clothing.
Beskar.
So
Beskar. It just solves everything.
This was I need to get a DJ board, but just consume products it's like don't ask questions, just consume product and can get ready to play the clip.
I have the
clip. Oh God.
Don't ask questions, just consume product and then get excited for next product.
That's gonna be my text notification every time.
Pickled Snokes. Damn shit, that is great.
Brandon coming in hot is like, I expected to see pickled Snokes, but we got Gideon's clones. What has happened to the writing of Mando? Filoni. Yeah, probably happened in Mando season 4. That's to this comment about Grogu to rebuild it. To Gina, people are fatigued by the crap. And hello there. Wow, that's quite the avatar, brother. saying to bad writing and dialogue. Yes, that's been the trouble with a lot of the Disney properties for Star Wars.
So are they gonna do a Mandalorian Ahsoka crossover? Like, are they gonna go back and forth?
Yes, they talked about that, and they talked about that at Celebration. Is that Celebration? That they're basically gonna be the whole Ahsoka thing. It's gonna be like. It's gonna be like one big kind of converging moment. They're wanting to try and do their own Avengers.
I wonder if they're gonna do what. So this is what I'm thinking. I wonder what they're gonna do. So, obviously, I have my issues with the CW, but I wonder if they're gonna do like a CW like Arrow, then the Flash, then Batgirl, and they're gonna do one.
And again, here's another thing.
And you have to follow each. So you have to like. So Mandalorian being like the Arrow of Star Wars, and then Ahsoka would be the equivalent to like, I would assume like the Flash, right? So you have to watch Arrow in consecutive order, and then like, so episode 1, Arrow, and then episode 1 would be the Flash. So they would, how that, if you know anything about the shows, like they flow, like,
right,
and they do crossovers and that kind of stuff. Interconnect, yes. Interconnect. I wonder if that's what they're gonna do.
Here's another indication of why I think Favreau was out, because they did all the big movie announcing on day 1 of Star Wars cremation. And when they announced the Mandoverse film, who was noticeably absent? Jon Favreau.
Interesting.
I thought him and Filoni did some interviews at Celebration.
The very end.
Well, that doesn't.
John was not there.
They were reporting. There was reports out, or rumors, I should say, floating around out there that they were supposed to be doing like a whole quote unquote retirement event for Kathleen Kennedy.
That was a rumor that didn't pan out. So,
wow.
So whoever got that, whoever reported that just got some bad info. That happens. But yeah. So they were announcing all the films, and the Mandoverse film will be directed by Dave Filoni. And I'm like, whoa, where is John? Where's John? This was his idea from the start. This was his story. Din is his character. Grogu is his character. But we're gonna give it to Dave Filoni, and that was a little more like is John out? And then that was starting to make sense that the writing was so bad in this. And then when they killed, and then when I keep seeing Din get pushed to the back, and push to the back and push to the back and push back. And I'm like, okay.
Well, that was definitely where I was kind of coming in and thinking, okay, so Din is definitely not a Filoni creation. Because if he was a Filoni creation, he would still be at least, you know, more front and center. But we know Bo-Katan is a Filoni creation.
Correct.
So certainly
Dave,
she gets front and center.
And Dave only cares about Dave Filoni characters.
Absolutely. And we got another person joining us now. Wookie, welcome in, sir.
Wookie!
Filoni baloney.
What's up, guys?
How's it going,
What's up,
sir?
buddy?
You got some echo going on there.
Then we get an echo.
Hold on. There you go. I had to mute that.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Welcome on, sir.
Yeah. I just got done eating. Sorry about all that.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good. But we're kind of in between the Mando talk still. And I know you said you weren't really.
I caught all the clips on Twitter. I caught Joker's videos. I caught Roman and Empire's videos.
That was cathartic. That was so neat. It just, wow.
Yeah, I stay up to date on it. Like I predict this more than the guys that are actually watching it at work.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Alyssa Milano liked my tweet.
I saw. I like that you're getting Camelot into trouble. It's like,
yeah,
what?
she's posted and Neurotic posted. She said, "I'd rather have sex with a farm animal than any Republican because at least a farm animal has a penis that can satisfy me." And I was like, "You should try Camelot."
Okay, that explains why. I just thought it was funny in general, especially to have her like the tweet. I'm like,
that's what
okay,
I said. Now I know how
shenanigans.
Ryan Kennel felt when Brie Larson liked his tweet.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry, Camelot.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Yeah.
And that's an image I now no longer want in my head.
You got to look at Nerdrotic's tweet. He's got a horse on there. And he's like, "So you're saying there's a chance?"
Oh Jesus!
Sorry, I've been on the. I haven't been smoking all day. I've been on the smoker all day, and
hey, you're mentioning your.
Yeah, so I was like scrolling Twitter, and I had you guys playing in the game room.
I mean, she does live in Hollywood, and Tijuana is just a short drive away. So
she was quite wild back in the day.
Yeah, she was. Well, I mean, how many of those young actors were, especially? Oof. Through the meat grinder with them.
I just like how it smells. I've never touched cocaine ever. I just like how it smells.
I like this comment here. An MCU style post credit scene with Thrawn showing up would have been much better than
we actually had just talked about that. I played off of Joker's own idea for a post credit scene. It was just like you could have gone so much in a better direction for that ending than basically a Looney Tunes commercial or cartoon ending.
Oh yeah, like I said, Mando got his 40 acres and a mule.
Yeah.
Which by the way, the iris transfer. Because I learned what that term was the other day. Star Wars has never done that type of transit.
No, it's always been wipes.
A wipe.
Yeah.
Yep. It's always been a wipe. Yeah, I was pulling some clips today before this started. I got the Anakin's lightsaber exploding. I'm working on something there to go with that.
Oh.
I had to watch the hold-on maneuver to get it, but...
I'm sorry.
Wait, the what?
The hold-on maneuver.
Oh.
You know, that completely destroyed all of Lightspeed.
Right, because that's not how
Lightspeed
works.
I forgot what...
This season of Mando, to me, it really had nothing. They should have at least had Sabine Wren crackling over the mic or fucking something.
There should have been some more references, or at least tying into.
I think
I thought they were
armor Sabine, honestly.
Now and I called this on your stream. Sabine would have said, "Oh, this is the exact ending of Rebels." And I'm like, "No, it's not." because Sabine should be in her very form-fitting armor,
right?
But she's in a flight suit with the jacket.
She's got the Carol Danvers going on.
Because we can't have the male gaze, can we?
Yeah.
When I thought I wish I don't know if I bookmarked it or not. I'm trying to see if I was smart enough to do that, because they did have. I saw a screenshot out there floating around of her in the armor.
Ooh.
The actress in the armor.
Well, I mean, Sabine always wore the armor, so
yeah, she was always in that gear. Damn it! I was not smart enough to save it. Shit.
I like Rebels for the most part. There's a lot of filler. A lot of filler, which is what you're getting now in Mando.
Now,
well, yeah,
because that's what I think. Because that's what I think. Those the Praetorian, the weapons. I think that is tech. I think that is tech that is still left over from the Empire that Sabine invented that actually targets Beskar and renders it useless.
I watched the whole throne room fight scene today. It's the same stuff. Yeah. It's the exact same stuff.
That was what I had to kind of laugh about, is like you inject these Praetorian guards and it's like your fight choreography kind of turns to shit.
All roads lead to Jake Skywalker.
Yep. I mean, that's the sad thing. I mean, that's what that was the sobering moment too. Like, even though we had this whole thing of, oh, here comes in the TIE fighter. Or the X-Wing, not the TIE fighter. Sorry, the X-Wing. You see where my brain goes. I go for Empire. But the X-Wing comes flying in, and then there's Luke in the cloak. He's got the lightsaber out, and he starts kicking ass and everything. It was almost like, oh, I was almost entranced for that moment. I was like, oh my god, we're getting Luke. We're getting the badass Luke, the Luke we were hoping for a lot of the time. And then my brain just like kicked in, and I was like, oh. Wait a minute. I know where this is. This still leads to the titty milk on the planet Exile and all that crap, and bum Jedi and all that crap. I was like, oh, hell.
Yeah. I just looked at
well, and Obi-Wan and Yoda's exile was because they were going to die.
Well,
Luke just ran away like a bitch.
Yeah, Luke ran away like a bitch. The whole point for Obi-Wan and Yoda to leave was to to hide, lay low until the Force basically showed them that it is time to either lead the next generation or train somebody, whatever it had to be, to know that okay, now we can kind of come out of their exile
and get
things going.
And this is why Yoda specifically chose Dagobah, because as far as a presence in the Force, Yoda's a stronger profile within the Force. So he goes to a planet with a very strong dark Force area, and he basically lives right next to it.
Yeah, he balances it out
to kind of hydrate himself.
He's the brightest shining light in the galaxy, and he had to go to the darkest place to hide. Because otherwise, Vader or Palpatine would have been able to at least sense him in some degree, and it would have ended everything. But that was the whole point to all of that. So,
do you realize how happy I am to be surrounded by people that fucking understand this shit? It's like that argument Joker with that guy on fucking Twitter.
Oh, that guy
was calling us fucking delusional and all this shit. I'm like, no, only delusional people consume.
Your guys' slap fight you were having earlier today, I caught some of that. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this escalated quickly.
I was like, okay, God, you got your panties on too tight today?
Yeah, and then I told him, and I'm like, it's okay. He still thinks the MCU is not a thing, and then he retweets my thing and quotes, because it's not.
Yeah, the MCU is real.
Yeah, it's alive, and
we're getting a movie called The Marvels.
So, Hitman, for some context for you, because you probably didn't catch this. So there is the rumor, at least floating around right now, that John Boyega potentially going to be returning to Star Wars, which I don't think there's going to be any chance in hell. However, at the same time, I'm like, you get him a good enough paycheck, and he might come come floating back.
No.
A
He's
paycheck.
not coming
A
back.
paycheck.
A paycheck. And I was basically saying what's kind of kicked some of this off was me saying also jumping in. I think on your tweet, Wookie.
No,
I was like,
no, it was Jane. This was started with Jane. The theory.
I know. She was the one bringing up that theory, and I made the comment under I think Wookie's tweet about it, and I was like, these actors don't have principles. They will come back for the right money, essentially. And
last time I checked, Daisy Ridley and John Boyega had shit going on.
Yeah, exactly. And so then this guy comes in he was basically first trying to say, so like a job. And I'm like, brother, I if I wasn't at work, I would have fired off with something, but then you guys took off. So I was like, hey, you got it. But I mean, the thing is, this is like the thing, right? It's like you have these actors, they aren't in a regular job. They don't consider this a job anyways. To them, they are artistes. They are above so much more. They are making their stand. They're on their soapbox. This ain't, they act like they're so fucking principled, but we know that ain't true. They'll come back for that, like you say, that paycheck.
Now,
go
ahead, John. Now, John has done some stuff back in London. So that's where he lives. That's where he's from. So he's done some indie work. I think he's done some theater. I mean, he has worked a lot more than Daisy has.
He has, yes.
Daisy, not a great actress.
She's white.
She's limited.
There's that.
And there's that too. But so John's gotten more work. So John doesn't need to come to Star Wars again.
No. And he's already talked so much shit too that
both of them did.
And I don't think he will.
Hers I don't ever remember hers
she
being
went
so
on
prevalent,
about how they didn't know her origin, what her character was doing,
how
she felt the trilogy was fucked up.
Sue. That's her origin, the Mary Sue character.
And John was very much no, I will never fucking.
Once the movies were done, he was definitely a lot more vocal. I mean, what was funny was
he had the protest in London where he was very vocal.
Yeah, that's where it first was starting with all that nonsense.
I don't care if I ever work again.
Yeah.
All right.
And then,
Tankles.
I mean, go ahead. And then you had Hamill, which from the get was very vocal about his stuff. But then, I mean, we see how he's bent the knee to the mouse and returned time
for that paycheck
again, for that check, for that time on screen, whatever it may be. And which is why, I started this being like, dude, you're just full of shit at this point. Yeah, you could talk all this crap that you have about your characters mishandling and stuff like that, but you keep coming back for it. You know where this road leads. To your character fucked off on that planet drinking the titty milk. So it's always a funny thing that I just don't hold these actors to any degree of having, a real principled stance of where they wouldn't come back at all. No, they'll come back.
No,
and Boyega, he just might. I wouldn't hold it out of the cards.
If they wrote his character right,
yeah, they would.
Ian McGregor and Hayden Christensen.
They both came back.
I was, God, when that first came out, I was like, these guys worked with George. They're the characters, and they come back, and even Ian being an executive producer. Now everybody's like, well, an executive producer doesn't really have a lot to say. Well, what? No, they may not have all the say, but they have a say. And you came back, and you bent the knee, and you did this terrible dog water series. Or not even a series, this show. It's just so frustrating. So yeah, you 1000% bit the knee.
And the worst part about Ewan McGregor was the whole stuff with Reva, where he made that little video in his car.
Yeah. Car video.
He'd already been Me Too'd about his ex-wife and all this other stuff.
I
didn't. Everyone wants to come to the defense of Moses Ingram with all this hate mail, but nobody wants to come and talk about the stuff that Gina Macrono had. Like, come on, go suck a fart.
Well, here's the whole thing. I feel sorry for these actresses. I feel sorry for the girl that played Reva. I feel sorry for Daisy Ridley, John Boyega. It's like the girl that got the job to play Gladriel in fucking Rings of Power. They're like, oh my God, this is a massive franchise. I'm going to be famous.
Right.
And the scripts are shit.
They get blindsided with the stars in their eyes.
Well, it's funny because like Disney, like what was the show back in the day? Like Disney ruins the actors and actresses, and then they ruin actors today, like Britney Spears and like maybe Justin Timberlake was the only guy that probably didn't get ruined, but all these, Miley Cyrus, all these, like, they get indoctrinated almost, and I don't know. I'm going off a tangent, but it's just like Daisy Ridley specifically is just a trash actor. Like, she's not good. Like, I don't have a problem with her as a person.
Well, she had like one other movie with Tom Holland, and that
she did one on that train. Yeah. That ship is trash. Oh, that ship is garbage. That's her line.
She's the terrible actor and Ruin Johnson that's an abomination. It should never have been hired on. So I've heard a lot of people come to the defense of John Boyega, though, saying like he could have had a really good character, but like it was obviously ruined by ruin.
Yeah, I mean, he should have been a Jedi. Yeah,
that was I've said that on this stream, and I said on your stream, Wookie, when I popped in. They had him picking up the saber. He was the one that's showing the initiative, showing that he was stepping up to the plate and all that. And then he gets wrecked at the end, and then he gets wrecked by Ruin Johnson with that movie, and then that was just the end of him. There was no repairing that character.
The suit that peed water everywhere.
Yeah, the failed attempt at humor suit.
Yeah. Well, and also he was like a huge simp in the fucking first movie.
Yeah.
He was a little too simpy.
You got a boyfriend, keep boyfriend. You got a boyfriend. Like, dude. Out here just thirsty.
I honestly like the who talks first, you talk first. Like, I did kind of like that aspect. You got the idea that, he was a smart ass in the face of death. I did like that. I did not like the Huck shit in the second one. With the prank call.
Yeah, in the beginning of the film.
That dated the film right there.
Right.
Oh, so can I bring up the one more thing about the little ass clown on the Twitter rants?
Yeah, go ahead.
This little guy.
There's so many.
This kid decides, because a lot of us have said Star Wars is dead, blah 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 blah, and he said, "How can a company that made $50 billion be dead?" And I'm like, "Where's your source on this?" Because Disney's stated revenue that they brought in, not profit, but revenue they brought in, was $28 billion. Where's the other 22?
Yeah.
So how can it? And
everybody blew off the fact that they lost all those subs in India. They're like, oh, what? I'm like, that's still like 1 million subs.
Yeah, from the cricket deal, right?
2.4 now.
Right
now, granted, the amount they get per each of the subs is like 7 cents, but add that up, that's a nice chunk of change.
Yeah.
but the cruise lines make up that in
cruise
no
lines,
time.
ESPN, UFC, and boycotts. What happened to people boycotting the NFL?
Yeah, no.
Oh, I think I remember that. That was cute.
Yeah, what's his name? Colin Kaepernick.
Taking the knee and all.
Oppressed guy raised by a rich white family.
Right.
Oh, I feel bad for those parents. Good God.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, Disney's going to make money regardless. They can float who they want to float.
Right, and their entertainment side is down the list of what makes any profit. However, though, the utter collapse thus far of a Marvel in the last two 2 years, Wall Street is starting to notice that.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead, Filter.
Well, I mean, I think that they were talking about this a little bit on FNT last night. Was like how basically the comics themselves, that Marvel side is starting to show its heavy decline, and they are going to be possibly looking more at possibly doing something with that division, either axing it or doing something to it because the funny books isn't selling.
Well, they just shot Spider-Man in the face.
Oh, dude, don't.
What? Wait, what?
Don't make me
Zeb
know.
Wells. They separated Mary Jane and Peter Parker.
Why?
And threw them into different dimensions, and so like that's been Peter's whole struggle is to get back to Mary Jane. I know this from Mr. Bug because he's posting it all the time.
He's been posting all of
that.
Yeah.
So when he meets back up with Mary Jane, she introduces Peter to her family, a guy and 2 kids.
So because apparently there is a big time lapse that he was gone for only I think a few minutes, while to her he was gone for years. And she happens to decide, you know what? I'm not going to wait for Peter, even though he's always been, the guy that saves the day and everything. So I'm going to go shack up with this random dude and have a couple of kids with him. And it's like, are you fucking shitting me with this? The fuck? They are doing everything and anything they can to just completely destroy Peter, Spider-Man, the whole...
Well, I think they're a little because I think they're upset because they don't have the rights to Spider-Man movie.
I
rights.
mean, that did pop into my mind that's part of it. For
What
sure.
was the other thing Gary was talking about, that they destroyed a franchise just because somebody else had the movie rights? What franchise was that? X-Men?
Possibly.
I
know Sony still. I mean, Sony still holds on to Spider-Man.
Spider-Man and Universal has the Hulk.
All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me if Disney's just
May have been the Hulk. Sure. May have been the Hulk because of She-Hulk. They
that fucking dumpster fire.
It was back in the early 2000s or something. They trashed a comic book series to draw it down.
Oh, it might have. I mean, I know they did. Yes, I think you're right. It was the X-Men. The X-Men. They were starting to do a lot of retooling because of the rights to mutants and stuff like that, because Fox held it at the time. So they started retooling and trying to change up a lot of shit to separate.
This would explain the open throuple between Wolverine, Scott, and Jean Grey.
Well, yeah, they made Wolverine and Scott gay.
Scott lovers. Well, lovers, yes.
There's a whole polyamorous thing, because there's each a door going to Jean Grey's room. There's Scott's door and Logan's door, and I'm like, you've got to be shitting me! You really pulled this crap? I'm like, oh wow.
And if one night, if the one night Scott just happens to be in Jean's room and Wolverine happens to walk in and. All right.
A good time's a good time, apparently. A hole's a hole.
Camelot just said he was down to bang Alyssa Milano.
That boy doesn't surprise me that's true.
I'd do her. Shit.
I don't know about now. Maybe she wears the lace face mask.
That's the do
Oh, boy.
But yeah, there's so many things. Like we were talking at the beginning of the stream, I would love to see a 1-to-1 remake of KOTOR, but we're not going to get it.
No, and I would I was saying too, is I would not want them anywhere near Knights of the Old Republic at this point. He's got the Nihilist mask there. Especially like it was that remake. They were bringing in all the wrong people for it. It's I don't trust any current year developer to touch that series in particular. The 2 games are fantastic with their problems and all. I'll take them. I'll just do some modding, and I'm a happy camper.
Because it would have to reflect the world we live in. For a modern audience.
Yeah, well, and that was the thing too. I saw a tweet earlier from Horror Amarada, and she retweeted somebody who said, Sonic and Knuckles are black. Deal with it. And I'm like,
yeah,
I just had to respond that, I just said these people are brain damaged and just can't let fictional characters be characters in their own world. They have to relate it to something in the real world, and this is why fiction is shit now, because they have to bring everything to the real world. It can't just be its own separate universe.
Because obviously they got it wrong. Because Sonic's blue. Thank you.
That was just
Whatever.
it. You have a blue hedgehog and a red, whatever the freak Knuckles is supposed to be, and that was a lot of my problems with well, not all, but some of my problems with the Jedi Fallen Order, even in the beginning, showing Cal Kestis basically like listening to music on headphones instead of having like the little holo terminal with the band playing right there, sort of thing. And then they were even introducing things like kind of like soda and stuff like that in the comics and all that. I'm like, you are removing the uniqueness of the Star Wars universe. It's no longer being separated. You're trying to meld everything together, and now that's why you killed it. That is why people aren't
Star
getting
Wars
lost
is
in
no longer
it.
timeless.
No.
Right. It is of its time.
Any film that actually dates itself is never successful in the long term.
No.
Oh.
I mean, and some of this stuff you might as well scream like, I don't like this political person, because we get what you're saying.
Right. Well, it's like even that's been the funny thing when I've rewatched old Mystery Science Theater 3000 episodes is that they have some jokes related to the 90s, either Bush was president or when Clinton was president. It's like, okay, I know from growing up in that time and stuff like that, but I'm like, that really takes I get the joke, but for anybody else that would be trying to rewatch, I'm like, that wouldn't really. Not everybody's going to connect with that. It's not going to land. And and then like their best episodes are usually also episodes where they don't make references like that. And the whole thing is just like they're just ripping on the movie in a very perfect way and just keeping it related to the movie itself and just making the jokes like that and not in a time set, not in the time sort of thing.
Well, the Wookiee, you just making sure to tell Camelot that I said to show Alyssa de Milano who's the boss.
I get that reference.
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, okay. Just a bit.
I'm getting blocked. I'm all here.
It's amazing you're still on Twitter to begin with.
I stay kind of low key. I'm just kind of.
There you go. At Lost Prodigy, you should be seeing that. You should be seeing the notification in Twitter. Dude, these people like freaking out of verification, dude. It's like, Jesus Christ, it's a shitstorm.
I do not have my blue check mark anymore. Oh my God.
Yeah, the Twitter meltdown has been pretty hilarious.
Oh, there it is. Oh, wait, no. Wait, here it comes. There we go. Oh, boy. Okay. I'm getting blocked. That's going to be great.
Well, I don't think Camelot will block you.
No.
You should frame the Alyssa Milano block.
Mm-hmm.
If I get blocked, I'm framing it. Brie Larson is next.
Ugh, her feet.
But yeah, I mean,
you can avoid the feet though.
Yeah, just throw on some socks. You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. Trying to slide back a little bit. I think we were pretty much finished with going over the Mandalorian for the most part.
What do you expect for Mando season 4?
Nothing.
The Bo-Katan series.
Take the bath again.
Are they gonna make it the Mandalorians?
The pluralize it, yeah. I mean, or it's gonna become like a anthology series, or where they just switch the focus from one Mandalorian to the next sort of thing.
Because they're all Mandalorians,
and they're Jewish.
It's not just about Din Djarin, It could be about any of the Mandalorians.
That was their rationale.
I've seen one saying that Giddeon was the Mandalorian. Why did he have the Maul-esque helmet?
We think he was just trying to LARP. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, was he part of Gar Saxon? Was he like the actual controller of Gar Saxon or anything?
No.
He's just a LARPer.
Yeah, basically.
Marvel likes their LARPers.
They really do. It's all like cheap knockoffs.
And that's why he was basically telling Bo, give me back the Darksaber so I can complete my cosplay. Please, thank you.
Yeah.
Which then he decides he doesn't care anymore and breaks it anyways.
And breaks her hand.
Turns her.
Yeah, it'd be mush.
Mush.
He's. I mean, I can only guess that's where their whole he's a clone thing comes in. He's certainly acting like a batshit insane clone. If that's going to be the case.
Well, I'd ask Joker, I'm like, why is it whirring when he's fucking walking? Is it just like his head and his upper body? That's it?
No.
Because he had like the flashing lights on his chest. Like they're trying to make
it
Vader.
It's kind of like a mechanized, is like a power suit. Because he was saying how this was like the culmination of Beskar meets the Dark Trooper, the whole Dark Trooper armor suit thing. So that was why it was mechanized, basically.
Surprised he didn't give him the breathing.
Why did Kylo Ren need a helmet? Vader had a helmet because the bro was literally 75% just burnt.
Right.
And couldn't breathe on his own. Or had.
Well, I mean, Revan wore a helmet and didn't.
I was about to point out Revan. Yeah. That damn Revan just throws the wrench in there.
But I mean, that was out of respect. That wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was found. He found that on the Cathar planet after they.
I thought he took that off Mandalore.
No, that wasn't Mandalore's helmet. No, he took the Mandalore helmet and he kept it for himself until he eventually gives it to Canderous. But he did take the helmet off of Mandalore and was like, mine.
Response?
Check your notifications.
Oh fuck.
Alyssa Milano liked you.
Hey.
You might have a chance, brother.
Raggy?
Do you identify as a farm animal?
Depends.
I'm sorry to derail the conversation, but it's happening in real time.
It depends on what. It depends on the night.
You gotta remember, Joker's in Vegas. It gets wild there.
Ooh. Like Camelot, I'm down. That does not surprise me.
It's so great.
Next time he streams, I'm throw him $50. Be like, dude, I'm sorry about the Alyssa Milano thing. Make sure you send me a tape.
Oh my, that's great.
Oh my god.
Oh. Yeah, remember to smash that like button like Camelot smashed Alyssa Milano.
Oh my god, the goofy shit. This is more entertaining than Mandalorian. I mean, goddamn.
Well, it's not hard. Like I was there. Season 2, at the end of season 2, I had a Star Wars theory moment. I'm not gonna lie. I'm one of those people that I get really engrossed in what I'm watching. I shut the world out. I'm like 100% there if it's good.
Right.
But I couldn't fucking watch it again. I could not watch Mandalorian season 1 and 2 again. I can sit down and watch Empire right now.
Oh, yeah.
Sit down and watch Revenge of the Sith, Return of the Jedi. Right now.
That's something that I say all the time. It's like I can easily rewatch I've always rewatched the prequels. I always rewatch the original trilogy. Like my first time through, I watched seasons 1 and 2, and then that was it. It wasn't until we started doing this live streaming that we went back and I rewatched them for the first time since when they first aired and stuff. That's when I was catching shit. But I was like, I didn't put it back on ever again.
I could even go back and watch the final 4 episodes of the Clone Wars.
No. Oh, those are.
I haven't tried that.
Oh, the last four.
I skipped a lot of the. I skipped. A lot of
I would
those
say the
episodes.
ones with her and her sisters, I probably couldn't watch.
Yeah, those were the ones I
No,
skipped.
no,
I skipped those.
Yeah, but the last four are the Siege of Mandalore.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's the one where we finally get where we get Vader in Clone Wars. That scene where he's
with the lightsaber. Yeah.
So good. So good.
I think just knowing that, Ahsoka was supposed to be dead long before that and everything, I'm just like,
She's actually a character out of time.
Well, and I get what they were doing with the episode, and yes, it was very visually well done and stuff like that. But that's the nice thing, is that they've had a lot of time with that system to make it look that way. So I'm like, all right, fine, but it didn't resonate with me because I was kind of already at that point where I was like, I was over Ahsoka. I'm kind of done with her. Can we please move on? Yeah. No, that's more than fine. I'm just saying from mine, and it was just like, okay, we're again getting her way of still squirreling her way out of death.
Now, with the Ahsoka series, is that going to taint the feeling I have for those last 4 episodes? More than likely, yes, it will.
Wait to be seen, right? I mean, from what we've already been told, I mean, this is basically going to be the Ahsoka Gal Pal show.
Which, I'm sorry, I mean, I'm sure she's a nice gal. Mary Winstead, whatever her name is. Ewan's wife. Okay, great. Blah. You are too tall to be Hera. It's a puppy.
You got a doggo.
It's Obi-Wan.
Still a puppy. He's a cute little guy.
He's like 15 weeks.
Real puppy. Real puppy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's that, and the Hera, Sabine, whatever that female dark force user is with an orange saber. What the fuck is that?
Sorry off.
They're like it is. They're definitely gonna be leaning in on that. It's just gonna be okay. So how?
But is it gonna be a crossover? Is it gonna be like the CW where it's gonna be Mandalorian and then you have to watch Mandalorian 1 or the episode 1 and then Ahsoka's gonna premiere and then
you're gonna have to watch Rebels.
Everything links back to Disney Plus. Look at the Marvels. You're not gonna know what the hell's going on in the Marvels unless you watch Disney Plus.
Well, I mean, nobody even knew what the hell was going on with Mandalorian season 3 because they were confused as shit as to why Grogu was suddenly back.
Yeah, if they didn't watch Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah, then they were giving out the Disney Plus subscription, going, "Go and watch Book of Boba Fett so you can get caught up for season 3."
It should have had like a 45-second or a 1-minute intro that explained what happened during Book of Boba Fett and been done with it.
Right, they
don't even know what happened in the Book of Boba Fett, though.
And much like
Mary Sue series.
Much like, on the Marvel side, if you did not watch the WandaVision, the first hour of Doctor Strange 2, you're lost.
Right.
I watched like the first. I canceled my subscription when they fired Gina, so that was like 3 episodes of WandaVision.
Okay.
I really liked the first episode because it reminded me a lot of I Love Lucy and stuff I grew up with as a kid. And then it just started going slowly off the rails.
The first 5 episodes were, and I've said this numerous times, that the WandaVision was probably the most creatively ambitious show because those first 5 episodes that would represent a decade of TV.
And that would have been an okay series had they made Agatha Harkness holding her prisoner, making her do that stuff, not her of her own free will.
Right.
Well, and everybody else that was doing reviews for the series was coming up with better theories than what the show actually turned out to be.
The Mephisto.
The Mephisto theories and stuff like that. People were finding links supposedly, and it's like, this is sounding interesting. And then it turns out the way it did. I'm like, oh, well, fine, I'll have to watch that.
When they interviewed the writer, she had no idea who Mephisto was, and said, "I thought grief is a proper antagonist.
Well, and also she apparently doesn't know how to read comic panels.
Well,
True.
and these people
What?
really need to read the freaking comics, like the old comics, not the new comics, the old comics.
The writer they got couldn't even read comics apparently. She didn't know how to follow the panels. So
Probably too
it
used
would
to
have been
reading
lost.
manga because that's what's selling.
Well, if you're going to be confused with Western comics, get ready to be confused with manga.
Manga, right? Exactly.
Yeah, I still got Berserk over there. I got to read some of those.
Nice.
Next to all my EU books and some of my I did
that.
like the Marvel Darth Vader series where he killed the nurse.
Mm-hmm.
I did like that, and some of the stuff with the Sith when he was building his castle in Mustafar.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty good stuff, but then it's just gone downhill from there. Oh.
Right, and
That's like, what the
Jen's-
fuck? I'm full screen.
I just realized how to do full screen.
Gents, I'm gonna scoot because I'm hungry, so I'm
no
gonna go
problem.
eat.
Thanks for
stuff.
jumping in, Joker. You got anything
Nope.
to plug really quick?
Check me out on my channel. The Joker's Voice. I will have the Monday show, which is last week's news. Now I take news stuff you might have missed last week and kind of just highlight those. And I heard something today that I'm gonna look into on my opinion for the Wednesday show. What happens if Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 flops?
DC's dead.
Ooh.
Marvel's dead.
Yeah.
You mean?
No, Marvel and DC are dead. No one's going to back gun.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah. And it's probably out of Gunn's hands. They want certain characters killed off, and they want it wrote a certain way.
They certainly have an awkward plan for everything, that's for sure.
True story. So there's that. And then I will be on Monday on Lead to Talk 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern for going back to World of Westeros. We've been going through Game of Thrones. We are on season 3, episode 4 this week. And then there's not going to be a lot of streams this week because a lot of folks are coming to Vegas.
Yeah. The Vegas meetup and everything. Are you going to be going to that?
I live in Las Vegas.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, just because you live there doesn't mean you're going to go to it. I'm just.
Well, I might show up. I got to talk to my people,
Oh, I'm sure if you walk in there,
or people
like,
going to talk to
Joker
their
voice.
No.
Or people going to talk to their people. We got to make sure it's all kosher.
We'll do lunch, the whole thing.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Everybody is going to go hang out with Joker after the meetup, though.
At my bar.
Yeah, Joker's having his own meetup. Tips are appreciated.
Nice.
No, tips are mandatory.
Okay.
All right, guys. Thank
you for jumping in, sir.
And everyone else in the chat, subscribe, like, share the stream.
And I'm dropping your links in the chat right now, so you got yours for Twitter and YouTube's. Go give them a sub.
All right. Alyssa Milano, call me.
Yeah. Brandon Tran there in the chat has a good thing there.
Yeah, Brandon, let's see. Instead of getting a pre-cyborg Grievous story or Darth Plagueis with young Palps show, we're getting another Rey movie and The Acolyte. Yes.
It's amazing how close like the Phasma book was to what you would imagine how Plagueis was with the masks and all this stuff and how it was part of their tradition. It was a little more dystopian than Grievous's would have been, but there was a lot of similarities.
Phasma?
Yeah. Did you read the Phasma book?
I didn't know. I wasn't really.
I got halfway through it and The Last Jedi came out. I never finished it.
I don't blame you. Star Wars is evolving just backwards, PewDiePie.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, that sums a lot of it up. I mean, the funny, like we've talked about it too, is that Filoni in particular, he's kind of we call him the trash panda because they threw out the EU, but they'll love dumpster diving for anything from the EU to repurpose for their storylines. And I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that they do something to bring in Plagueis in some way. They're already bringing Thrawn back for a second tour after they already did their damage to him in Rebels.
Well, the problem is is Filoni sees himself as George Lucas, and he is not George Lucas.
You brought that up in the comments.
Yeah, I'm like that.
Like,
that's the
no.
problem. He sees him as the maker, and he's not the maker. It just goes back to people getting so full of themselves. He's had so much smoke blown up his own ass that he can't see where the hell he's going.
Yeah, and I put that in part a lot on the fan base, considering they've been the ones doing a lot of the smoke blown. It's like it ain't.
I was one of them. I was like, thank the maker when I heard him and Favreau were doing Mandalorian and stuff like that.
I remember at first when I first started watching the Clone Wars, I'm like, okay, it seems like he has his shit together. And I went through it, I'm like, yeah, I think he's got that. He did a good job. But then I started deep diving more. I was finally starting to get more into the EU than I already knew. So I had already read like Outbound Flight and Shadows of the Empire, played a lot of the games and stuff like that. But I'm the EU Padawan. I am still learning a lot of it. And then once I started understanding just how much was done for the story group for Clone Wars, Tartakovsky's Clone Wars series and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, so that's where some of this damage has come, and just a lot of the changes that Filoni was making to the series as he was making his show and stuff. So yeah, I kind of thankfully took the rose tinted glasses off, and I'm like, not so much anymore. And then Rebels, I started watching Rebels. I'm like, not bad. And then the helicopter lightsabers, I'm like, what the holy hell is this shit?
So the helicopter lightsabers didn't bother me as much because you figured they're using the Force more than the lightsabers are doing the work. It's all perspective. Some people are fine with some things, and some people are not fine. I think the general consensus is no one is fine with Disney. The majority of us.
Too, yeah.
Yeah.
But then, like it was. But I understand, because like I did get into that mode of like, oh, like I said, I thought Filoni knew this shit to a large extent. It just took some time to kind of get that veneer off. All right.
So I mentioned on Sunday stream, I have a girl at work. She's got like a Darth Maul lightsaber like this big on her forearm. She has a baby Yoda that's like yay big, the $100 and some baby Yoda on her fucking desk.
We know somebody like that, huh?
Yeah. And she was like, "Oh yeah, did you see that?" I showed her like the thumbnail from our live stream with Joker, and you joined us and stuff like that. And she's like, "Oh yeah, we're getting a new Rey movie. I'm looking forward to it." And I'm like, "Really? You're looking forward to Luke's story with somebody else telling it?" She's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "That's Luke's story." I'm like, Disney decanonized all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then I was like, Ahsoka is getting Heir to the Empire, which everyone that pays attention says that is the sequel to Return of the Jedi.
Right.
She's like, oh, well, that's not right. I'm like, they're not getting their own stories. They're taking Luke's stories and converting it over to their characters, the stuff we want to see Luke do.
Well, this is what I was saying earlier. They're getting like the cheap Chinese knockoff bootleg version of the storylines, because they've had to re-engineer all this plot to fit around their new characters and stuff like that, because they didn't want to involve the original cast characters, however you want to look at it. They wanted their own. That was the whole point of getting rid of the Legends material, was so that they could have their own continuity that they can't keep consistent. And that's
was it you that brought up they like did all new covers, so they didn't have to pay the original artists?
Yeah,
because George Lucas still gets a cut off royalties of his creations,
and that's why I think they keep bastardizing his characters and knocking them out in some way.
Yeah, they got rid of the main three.
Yeah, they got rid of Han, Luke, and Leia. But it's funny, they're still making comics with them. They still got
but what comics are selling?
True.
The Vader stuff sold there for a hot minute, but when The Last Jedi came out, nobody bought anything.
Oh God! Well, and I was trying to go along with some of that, but it got really stupid, because then they ham-fisted the whole Sidious created or was basically like Vader's father thing. And
whether you have that scene there on Mustafar where he's with that Sith, and it shows,
and then the whole thing with Vader creating kind of creating his new lightsaber / his temple on Mustafar with this weird Jedi Sith from the past and this helmet and all sorts of weird, goofy ass shit. And I was like, okay, I'm tapped. I'm out. Later.
I kind of like that Sith from the past being trapped in the helmet. That stuff. It kind of reminds me of like the old world Sith stuff, like before holocrons. And I think that's where that guy was supposed to be at.
Possibly, yeah. I guess I could see that. The way the Sith used to possess temples and everything.
Yeah. So and like I was fine with some of that stuff, but some of it got a little stupid. And hey, you got OG Star Wars in the chat,
I was gonna say,
bud.
OG, hey, how's it going? Thank you. Yeah, hello. And she says, please smash that like button. Please do.
Please do.
And,
I love their Twitter.
Oh yeah. Oh, the best at smacking some people around in the for any Star Wars lore. It's a good time. And before her, Fraggot said, all the Mandos look ridiculous together. Millions of them stumbling around. Well,
with half helmets.
With half helmets, with incomplete effect helmets. They're because of them using the volume, everything is really narrow, and just the way everybody gets funneled into their spots looks very awkward and weird half the time. Nah, it's all.
Well, what's stupid is, so they used like the 501st for like the first season of Mando. They called in all these 501st stormtroopers to do all that stuff, like the fire trooper and all that. Dude,
okay,
the Mandalorian mercs, 501st, they're all friggin' down, dude. You probably don't even have to pay them. Make a donation to their charities, and they'll be right there.
Good. Yeah, yeah. WOP, hi all. Hello, sir. Thank you for coming in.
How are you?
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be hard. I mean, what Joker was said, and what we see, what I saw before was like they had 200 something million in an episode. What were they spending it on?
On Mando?
Apparently,
the producers are taking a lot of shit home. That's what I said about Rings of Power. That was absorbent amount per episode. Like those producers took home like all the couches, paintings on the walls, all that shit. They took home all. It's embezzlement. It's straight up embezzlement.
Money laundering of some kind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that ain't go. I mean, I beg to wonder what was going into these episodes. I did like for part of my own notes that I was taking for the episode. I'm like, oh, so their money, quote unquote, went into the effects for a bunch of Mandalorians and basically sperm with jetpacks flying around, clobbering into each other. That's where this went. Or the guy doing the kamikaze run with the ship into the planet. Okay, but again, how does everything else look so horrible? It's like, again, how is it that you could go to the Attack of the Clones where they made Yoda look incredible, jumping and bouncing around while fighting Dooku, or even for Revenge of the Sith, fighting Sidious, and you have the little green rat trying to jump on top of some bars, and it looks awkward as all shit trying to run around those damn things. That whole scene with
the IG-12, like where Bobo Frick or whatever his name is gets out of that thing.
Frick,
like you're seeing the bottom of his feet as he's walking. They're just like moving his legs.
Right.
Like it's not even conforming to the ground. Baby Yoda's the same way. Like it looks stiff and bad. But that's what happens when you hire for diversity and not hire the best people.
Right. That's always been my point. It's like you are effectively getting the people that are only there to have Star Wars on their resume.
Was it how many patents does Lucasfilm hold? It's like 256 patents or something like that. Might be more than that.
I mean,
but they were
Lucasfilm like revolutionized so many
top of the line special effects,
and
they still do all the Marvel shit.
Yeah, and it was like Open Airlock on the spacing. They've talked about it a few times about how Lucas himself created all this new tech for being to be an independent filmmaker, so he wasn't so attached to the teat of everything, and that's why a lot of people have also looked at it as, that's why they've gone out of their way to destroy a lot of this shit.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, that's our little jab back at them.
Lucasfilm was the leader and a lot of stuff. Like Lucasfilm even did the effects for Spaceballs. Like they were the industry standard, and now they're just falling behind.
Agreed,
Raging Rhino. How's it going, man?
Sir. Good day. I sent you the link. Welcome.
I tried to steal his clip on Twitter before they took it down to make that video I sent you.
Oh, I didn't. I haven't played it yet.
I wanted to get to that. I wanted to get that this isn't working out for me, and then have the Death Star explode. But I couldn't find it anywhere else, and I'm not paying for Disney Plus.
No, F that, man.
Just woke up. Must be nice, unless you're on the other side of the planet.
Well, he's in fake Australia, so, or as Bricada says, it doesn't exist. But yeah, I caught your guys' full Aussie earlier today. I was listening, and that's a hilariously good time.
Yeah, he's been some really good commentary on The Mandalorian.
Oh yeah, I love his reviews. I caught all of them. I catch his casual rage too, and it's just like, dude, between him and Tuscan Bob, they just rip into it. Let's see if I can get this. Well, I don't. Hang on, let me try and get that downloaded.
But yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't look forward to Mandalorian season 4. How about the Acolyte? Who's looking forward to that?
The show that where they're sticking it to the patriarchy and everything for Star Wars.
I mean, I'm expecting to see a Bud Light somewhere in there. Maybe a Bud Light saber.
There'll be one sitting in the background somewhere. This is true, Rhino. Yeah, it's not hard to rip into. Disney makes it so easy.
Yeah, they drop too much blood in the water, and the sharks are going to circle.
This is John and Dave, the saviors of Star Wars.
Yes, and I regret ever spitting those words out of my mouth.
Hash brown, the Civil War. The Civil War is happening, guys. They're totally fighting.
KK's getting fired tomorrow.
Any minute now. Hey there, Jason Fox from 540 Studio. Welcome. Hail, Fracture Filter and panel. Hail to the chat and Raging Rhino. Hail, brother. Welcome.
I don't think they can fire Kathleen Kennedy.
No.
I think she has too much dirt on everybody.
That, and I think she'll leave when she feels damn well ready to.
Yeah,
which she'll never leave.
She was the coffee getter for a lot of the major names in Hollywood. I mean, she could come out tomorrow and be like, George Lucas, like getting slapped in the butt while you wear the ball gag, and everybody be like, "Oh shit," you know.
That'd be all it would take.
But right. I mean, that's it. She probably has dirt on all the major players.
Oh, I have no doubts about that. I just full screened it too. What the freak? Stupid
it
StreamYard.
Does that to me too.
It doesn't want to do it. Fuck you, StreamYard. Oh, I'll just play it anyways.
I think he's saying he's old enough to operate it.
Yes. This is not a good idea. Come on. Hey. Yes. 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 Yes.
3 hours later.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yes. 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 Yes.
5 hours later.
My intro video, in my intro video, you hear him go, yes, and he goes, boom. Yeah, that was the most annoying thing I pretty much watched in my entire life. Thank you, Raging Rhino.
Yeah. Oh God, I don't know what they were. How? That's it. I don't even know if it's that anymore. Maybe they just honestly think that KK is doing a fantastic job. It could be some delusional shit going on, just like that. StreamYard on its best, yeah, Jason.
Not because
this was so fucking stupid, yeah. I don't know who found. I mean, other than the Disney shills that we've seen from Grizzy's videos, just clapping away at any of this crap, which is just amazing.
But yeah, it's pretty sad, man. Star Wars went from this highly praised thing to now it's a joke.
And you didn't even need Spaceballs to turn it into a joke. They did it themselves. You didn't need an outside force. It's all done inside.
I don't know about poor Mel Brooks nowadays. When they released that History of the World Part 2 and in the trailer he goes, well, they paid me. Here it is. I'm like, yeah, you're on your deathbed, bud.
At least he was honest. I watched that trailer too, and I was just like, that didn't even. I don't even think I got a chuckle out of any of it. I was just like, all right, I guess, but it didn't tickle me. But then I also haven't seen the original movie, so.
Oh, it's the Inquisition.
I'll have to. It's another one on my list. There's so many.
I gotta watch Renfield and the new Evil Dead tonight.
Oh, I can't say there sounded like anything good for the Evil Dead one. That one sounded like a woke fest.
I heard a lot of good stuff about Renfield. You're not supposed to look at it like a horror movie. It's a comedy.
Well, Renfield, yeah. Renfield, I mean, I watched the trailer and I was kind of getting a chuckle out of it just because it's Nick Cage just being Nick Cage. I'm like, okay, that could be kind of amusing.
Well, they use a lot of the Bela Lugosi shots and stuff like that where his eyes are lit up and the rest of him's not.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And so then, like, it was also for the Evil Dead. I was just like, like a lot of people said, no Ash, no Evil Dead.
I think there's room to expand on it.
Is it? I don't know. I'm just more set on the first three movies.
You have to remember, I have Ash on the side of my calf that was like $800. I have a signed Evil Dead 2 poster from Ted Raimi, Sam Raimi, and Bruce Campbell.
Nice.
My probably second to Star Wars for me, that movie franchise. But I think there's room to grow and room to expand, and if it's done right.
I don't know. Also, maybe the Ash vs. Evil Dead show just kind of soured me.
I like that for the most part, not all of it.
Season 1 I thought was good. They definitely kind of lost the thread towards the end because I did hear they changed showrunners, and it showed. No pun intended. It showed. And then season 2 was just very meh, and I really didn't get. I was very kind of turned off when
it diminished as time went on. They ended it when they should have.
And when they shoved Ash's head up a cadaver's ass, I was like, okay, no thanks.
I fucking almost pissed myself.
I don't know. It didn't tickle me very much. Like I said, that just turned me off from the series a little bit. I was just like, all right, you're losing me here.
See, that reminded me of like the Animator and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
The Reanimator, excuse me.
Let's see. Brandon coming in some more. There's a new comic where Vader goes to Exegol, where Palps reveals the Final Order fleet before Return of the Jedi, which makes the rebels look blind and stupid. Oh no, the Mandalorian show itself has been making the New Republic especially look blind and stupid. But why not tag the rebels as well?
There's a version of that comic where it shows like Luke's hand in the jar, and that's what they're using for the cloning process, which is dumb as shit.
Yeah, they aren't doing themselves any favors, and like I've always said, the only thing that they're good at, they're inconsistent. They're consistent at being inconsistent. That's what they're best at, and also just screwing up their own lore. Star Wars Theory made a parody about the comic if Vader told Luke to go to Exegol before he died. Huh.
What's with Theory? Theory said something like he's leaving YouTube and going to the silver screen or something like that. I've seen something on Twitter.
Oh, really?
I haven't watched his channel in a while, yeah.
I have his channel followed. I just haven't really checked out his stuff.
Yeah.
Jason says the room is better than Disney Wars. Ooh, the room is pretty bad. But I mean, at least that was made with a degree of honesty.
The intent of being bad?
Yeah, the intent. Well, supposedly. I mean, you hear many conflicting stories of what Tommy Wiseau wanted to do with the room, so.
He also made the New Republic look pretty evil and corrupt, yes.
Yeah, Raging Rhino, they also made, and corrupt. That's exactly what they did.
So if you do the Leia, Princess of Alderaan book, you get the idea that the old Senate was pretty corrupt.
Right.
And there's some new Leia stuff, too, that it didn't seem that way. It just seemed like they didn't know what the fuck to do. Kind of like Disney.
Right. Apparently that was an April Fool's prank.
Oh, Theory Leaving was April Fool's show. All right. Yeah, I just seen it on Twitter. I need to check his stuff out more. I really liked his, and I like the drunk theory.
Oh yeah,
I really like that. But I feel sorry for Theory because it's like his main channel is based off Star Wars, and every time he watches something new, you can just see his eyes die a little bit.
The problem is though too is that he just doesn't want to actually pick that side. He kind of rides the fence on his
thing. If you want to make all the money, you play all the sides, and that is the problem with Marvel, Star Wars.
Right.
Half of these companies out here, they don't want everyone's money; they only want one side's money.
And they are barely getting that right now.
Yeah, they're going after people that aren't dedicated fans.
Yeah, and they're paying out the ass for these people to shill for their stuff, and they ain't getting anything in return. I can at least take.
I would love to buy a $500 or $600 Hot Toys, but I'm not giving Star Wars the money.
Oof. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, I've looked at some of those. Those look pretty cool. I'm like, I know where that money's going. Even
if I win the lottery, there'll be a full-size Vader and Boba Fett behind me. I'm not gonna lie.
I'd find somebody to custom make that sort of shit. I'd be like, hey, find a good sculptor or something. I got a job for you. Oh, God, it is astounding for what Disney, Lucasfilm, whatever you want to call them now, however you want to combine it, just the sheer, just what you can do within. I mean, they bought this in 2012. Taking about 10 years to completely shit all over it. Guess they could have done it in shorter time.
It was over with The Last Jedi.
True. So that was...
Yeah, they're just stirring the zombie corpses.
Beating the dead horse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rhino saying they've made a shit ton of money off Grogu, but even that's dying now.
That died when they gave him a name.
I could see that, but I mean, there's still some of the. I mean, there's still the screeching, screeching moms and stuff that still go coo and ah over Grogu.
I'd have been happier if they named him Phil. He'd been more relatable, you know. I'm white. Phil's a white name. I'd related more with him.
Well, it's just because, like you mentioned, your coworker with the Darth Maul tattoo and everything. We have a coworker that has a Grogu tattoo, and she has the Grogu stuffed animal, and it's just like, why?
Well, and it's like
he's a non-character.
So when she came to work there, like everybody knew I was doing Twitch and doing this and doing that, and they knew I was a huge Star Wars fan. And she was talking to me, and I pulled my right leg up, and like I have like $1,000 worth of Star Wars tattoos on my right leg. I got Vader with the mask split open. I've got Palpatine in the brown robe with Force lightning and all that good stuff. I wanted to put what's his name? Shit, I can't remember his name from the first Star Wars. He was also in Rogue One. Shit, can't remember his name. I can't remember the actor's name right now. The bad guy, the guy that said fire on Tarkin. I wanted to put Tarkin on the back of my leg, and like. I showed them to them, and they're like, oh, yeah, you're a huge Star Wars fan. You're like, oh, what'd you think about this and this? And I'm like, well, I'm not a huge Disney Star Wars fan. And they, like, rolled their eyes and fucking walked away.
I kind of got the final impression of doing that to our coworker of, like, because I would ask, because I'm curious to hear other people's, what they see of the episodes and stuff like that. And I think I started illuminating her a little too much because now she doesn't really bring it up anymore about.
Well, when someone says to me they didn't like something in Star Wars, I'm like, why?
Right.
And it might be because they don't know the lore. They might not know how this works or that works, and it confused them and stuff like that. It's called having a discussion.
Yeah. And I mean, I've always laid out my points to a succinct enough degree of explaining why it's bad, why I think it's bad, and backing it up with what we already know from Star Wars and what it can what can be presented to us in terms of storytelling. So, like I said, not everybody's too keen on getting to hear that, and I even prior to this, I've been labeled as a very cynical individual when it comes to Star Wars and stuff.
Well, I never come right out and say I fucking hate Disney Star Wars.
No, I've never outright said
I'm not a huge fan of it.
I've just merely, been like, yeah, I watched it, but here's kind of the way I see it, sort of thing,
Yeah, so. Rebels was a Disney production. I absolutely love the actual episodes. I don't care too much for the space whales and the filler.
Space whales.
And I think we talked about one of my favorite things from Clone Wars was the brother, the father, and the sister.
The whole Mortis.
The whole Mortis scene. I thought that's still mind blowing. That and Yoda knew everything. Like the Wills explained everything Yoda. I seen an article the other day and they were talking about like, who are the Wills? Are Yoda's species the Wills? I'm like, you motherfuckers ain't watch shit. Shut up.
No, I don't know. Like, to me, I almost thought it was like I've been hearing some talks with the Mortis, and it's like, I think it was almost kind of bringing too much. I don't know if I want to say an over explanation with the Force, because I mean, I think we already got enough between Clone Wars, or with the idea of the midichlorians, and then already with what we know. I think it's trying to bring too much. I said it in a comment. I'm trying to remember exactly the way I phrased it.
While you're thinking, Tran, yes, Robot Chicken Star Wars is absolutely hilarious. Red and blue make purple rain. God
dang it. Hang on. Man, you've been awfully quiet over there.
I'm just enjoying the content.
You're like, hey, at least I have to do. That's all good.
Hey, I'm only on drink 10.
Oh, just 10.
I started before your stream started.
Sheesh.
Welcome to working in the automotive lifestyle for 20 plus years. Makes the back pain go away.
Oh yeah, but yeah. So I was kind of saying the Mortis stuff. I thought was Filoni kind of taking away some of the mysticism and making it more tangible in kind of a bizarre way.
But
adding these physical characters instead of just bringing it more to just keeping it to the metaphysical and just like
it was kind of like the Force manifesting those people. I kind of like the idea of it. Now, were they the definitive Force and the light and the dark side? No, probably, but they were probably manifestations of the Force. You go into what was it, the one woman that was like the embodiment of the dark side of the Force?
No, it was the brother was the dark side, the sister was the light side, and then the father.
Well, you had later.
Was supposed to be like they were trying to do the whole gray Jedi stuff. Oh,
yeah.
Comics?
Yeah, and I think it was in the comics where they did the woman that was like full dark side energy or whatever, and like Luke could only contain her; he couldn't defeat her. I can't remember her name.
Is it in Disney comics or is it in...
No. It's back during Lucas. Okay. It's back during Lucas. Yeah.
Oh, was that like the Crucibles and stuff like that? It was like the last.
It's like the strongest Sith ever. I'd have to look it up.
Palpatine?
But yeah, not Palpatine. No, it's way like she could bend reality with the Force. Yeah, it's kind of like Infinity Gauntlet Force user.
That kind of like some of the last stuff they were doing before the buyout?
I think so.
'Cause I know they had a whole book series that was going on before the end, and that sounds kind of like what was going on because Luke was investigating on just what did turn Jason to the dark side, becoming Darth Caedus and everything.
What was her name, dude? Like that stuff with Jason and Janin Solo, and that shit was fucking epic.
I mean,
it was heartbreaking and epic.
Like I said, they had the blueprints to just adapt faithfully these books, and they would have printed money. And I mean, there you would have had your strong female Jedi character and Jaina. You would have still had Jason right there, Anakin Solo, all that stuff. They could have just made the whole new generation like they wanted so bad.
God, I typed in Force, the strongest Force user, and it came up with fucking Rey Skywalker.
Yeah, they've talked about that where it basically the Google search results are going to be filtered just for Disney Wars and stuff like that. So
I'll have to look it up. I'll send you the link later. It's on YouTube. But she's like pure Force. I guess she died and became. It's kind of like Nihilus. Like you take Nihilus. I think was stronger than Palpatine.
I mean, more strong, but.
It was a different. I mean, that's kind of.
It was a different kind of power, but the ability to consume an entire planet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could have used him during Yuzan Vong.
Let's see here. Who? I think I know who you're talking about.
It's a woman that she was like married to somebody, and they died, and the Force consumed her. And
let's see.
Did anybody ever watch the movie theater trailer or the movie theater scene where she announced she was Rey Skywalker, and it sounded like they were from New York, and they're like, "Don't you fucking say it, bitch." Where's Ben? Where's Ben?
No, I don't. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
How's it? This website's gonna throw Darth Sion in the mix. Like that dude's not very powerful.
I mean, he's pretty stubborn.
I mean, yeah,
he's like a kind of like a berserker type Sith.
Yeah,
but I mean,
he's
he
pretty
was
hard to kick his ass, but
he was pure rage for sure, and that was all that was sustaining him. But then, like, you can defeat him without necessarily like fighting him. You can kind of actually talk him down a bit.
Yeah, put Dooku in the mix. Dooku
was like the
grandpa pigeon of.
He was such a pawn of Sidious.
There you go.
Like, it wasn't even fair.
Share my screen.
Oh God. Oh fuck! I have seen this.
There's been no one for so long. Who are you? I'm Rey.
It's not Darth Treya, is it?
No.
Not you.
Oh God. No. No.
Please no. Please no.
Where the fuck is that? Rey Skywalker.
The meltdown around the world.
Before we get hit for sound here.
That's okay.
Like people are like taking their fucking shirts off and shit.
Great disturbances in the force, as if 1,000 Raylos had suddenly.
Let's see if I can find this.
Now you got me looking at it. It's not a. There's a Darth Malady. No, that's not her.
I mean,
Massage Ventures. Of course, this one will be on this website. Get out of here.
Stupendous Wave did a video on the most powerful character in all of Star Wars. She's got like teeth going up the side of her mouth. Abeloth.
Abeloth? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's from the comics.
Well, she's not even on this list. That's rude.
Yeah. But yeah, so like they're saying that she hides in plain sight. She could actually have been Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, I've looked into this character a little bit. Here,
yeah. I mean, they could have. There's so much stuff they could have taken, and they never use it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I remember looking at the kind of like Bringer of Chaos. It's kind of like the Matsu Mikaboshi figure within Japanese.
Yeah, but she like takes a female form and she's got like the teeth. It's kind of gruesome when they like go up the side of her mouth.
Are
you on Wikipedia?
Yeah, I am. They haven't. Yeah, I remember looking up this character before.
Yeah, I mean, if
this was like one of the last book trilogies. It's not trilogy books, but this like a whole saga, the last book saga that they did for all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane when they go through the like Stupendous Wave goes through it completely.
Yeah.
Don't watch Star Wars Explains video on it. It's gay.
Didn't plan on it. As I've dived into this world now, it's like I've been learning of like just.
The bad thing is, who was it that used to do it all the time? Was it Dash Star? Dash Star stopped doing Star Wars or something?
I mean, hey, so you either trying to embrace the shill or get away from it and be like, hey, I ain't selling my soul that much.
Because I'm not subscribed to him on this account. I'm subscribed to him on like 3 accounts. I don't think he is. Dash Star. He started.
Yeah, I think I had gone through the first book that was going to be getting into this stuff, but I didn't.
He changed his name to Lore Star.
Oh, I've seen that channel.
Yeah, it used to be Dash Star back in the day. It seems like he's going with the same stuff. He's got a Mandalorian video. Says, why did they do this?
Yeah, Jason came in and said Dash Star has changed his stuff, and they are like 2 peeps there now.
Yeah, he brought in a second guy a while ago. Back up. Yeah, he brought in a second guy to help out there a while ago. But yeah, he got kind of upset when the sequel trilogy came out, and he like didn't want to talk about Star Wars. And I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. I think a lot of people were kind of seeing how the dice was going to roll on that.
Remember, guys, we're delusional.
Apparently. I mean, hey, I've been called worse.
I make 6 figures, have 3 cars. I'm really delusional.
You can't argue with that.
Yeah.
I mean, shit.
I'm just a high-functioning alcoholic. Shit.
But the important thing is you're functioning.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So, Hitman, what are you looking forward to from the Star Wars universe?
Absolutely nothing.
That's the bad thing. There's like nothing like coming out that like piques my interest.
No.
I wasn't even excited for this season of Mandalorian.
No, we were kind of dreading it for sure.
I mean, there's been multiple times where I wanted to go back and just watch Bad Batch, and then I was tempted to go back and watch freaking Book of Mando.
Book of Mando. See, I didn't even watch Bad Batch. Like, I like the Bad Batch they brought up in the Clone Wars, but I was like, they got a girl boss in it, and
not really. I mean, she's definitely ramped up in season 2, for sure. That kind of like where the focus is clearly on Omega, and somehow just like she's making all the decisions for them. It wasn't so much that in season 1, because we watched that to get prepared for the season 2 coming out. It wasn't like it. Definitely, they ramped it up with season 2. It's like, oh, so the writing was a little different back then.
Well, and like, so I completely lost faith. So when I started losing faith in Filoni was when what was that show that came out after Rebels? With the pilots,
Resistance.
The Resistance, and he was like, "Oh yeah, well I set people in place and I just let them have their own way."
Yeah,
like was done to me. I'm like, dude, Lucas did not just let you have your own way. Like 2 episodes in. But yeah,
No, I mean, he still had his fingerprints all over. It's the whole thing of they don't want to blame him for the bad of Disney Star Wars. They want to give him the props for all the
right,
good.
and that was his out. He's like, I just set the people in place.
Right,
like, and I'm like, that show is gonna suck. And I think he said that after like the second episode, and I was not turned on after. Like Rebels, it took me 3 or 4 episodes to get settled in. Clone Wars took me a couple episodes to get in, and the art style improved over time.
It did. And some of it wasn't bad until you kind of look at how kind of Grievous got the shaft in terms of how he was treated.
Oh, if you look at the original Clone Wars cartoon and the new
the original
cartoon,
Tartakovsky one Grievous was
he was just slaying people. But then you had Anakin going, I thought you'd be taller than you are.
Well, that's just it. And then it's like they had to do everything they could to work around the two of them meeting up, and then also the Clone Wars series took away from Anakin saying to Dooku, my power has grown since we last met.
My powers have doubled.
My powers have doubled. And that was supposed to be when he met him during the Attack of the Clones, but instead of during the Clone Wars, he's had many fights with him. So what, last week?
yeah. I mean, that part was a little bit, and so between Grievous and Dooku, they should have both equaled Vader.
Yeah.
Like Dooku should have been the tactician, and Grievous should have been the fear.
Hang on.
So I don't know. I got the toy. It's probably only that big. I wish I could get one bigger than that of Grievous exploding, fire coming out of his eyes and shit.
Oh, nice.
Oh, dude, I seen that on Amazon. I'm like, okay, we're buying that. And it was secondhand, so Disney didn't get any money out of it.
Ooh, yeah.
Thank you for the follow, Fox. Thank you. Follow me on Twitter.
Nice.
We do a Sunday show.
I
We
got
don't
that
talk about a whole
too.
lot of
Thanks,
Star Wars.
Jason. What is that? That's at least like next week, since now we aren't going to have any any Disney Star Wars. We can either just kind of go into.
So if any of you guys are interested in the Jonathan Majors stuff.
Majors stuff?
Yeah, with him being arrested and
oh god,
his publicist dropping him.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, who the hell is that?
I do have my good friend Duke Devil joining us sometime tomorrow. And he is a criminal lawyer.
Oh, interesting.
So he's supposedly pulling the affidavits and the arrest warrants and all this other stuff. We're really going to dig into it tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we do have Roman of the Empire on, which if you haven't watched any of Roman's streams, they're pretty good.
Roman the Empire?
Roman of the Empire, yeah.
Roman of the Empire. Okay.
Yeah, Joker was just on his show Thursday. They did the Mandalorian review, season review. He's almost as bad as Gary with as many action figures that are behind him, but they're in boxes behind him. Like, it's bad. Like, all you see behind him is action figures, and it's rows and rows and rows and rows.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Retired vet. He's pretty cool.
Got disposable income. It's like, hey, I'll buy a bunch of toys.
Yeah, I was just messaging Devil right now. He's like, I might be a little late. I got lunch at 1. I'm like, that's fine. Jay Hitman, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Let me follow.
Oh yeah, there's 2 of them, so I was like, I'm gonna risk it for a biscuit.
Yeah, the one with my emblem on it. There are people making duos of people. So I have seen certain people I follow. I'll type it in the search bar, and 2 accounts will turn up.
If you got Joker voice, I'll follow him too, because I didn't.
It's Lost at LAS Protege.
Yeah, he had. I had a tough time trying to find him on Twitter. I was like, "What the hell? What's his name on here?"
Well, apparently, there's 32,000 Joker voices. So what is it? It's at LAS what?
Protege.
Underscore protege.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Oh, my screen is like flipping out here. What the? Oh, let's go here. Yeah. It's not doing it.
Now I'm just gonna go to Fractured because it's not pulling up. Twitter's being stupid.
Yeah, if you look at my mentions, or if you go to my profile and look at my posts, you should see them because I posted that shit with Alyssa Milano.
Well, that's a good one. Okay,
dude, that's hilarious that she liked the thing to like show her who the boss is.
Oh God.
I mean,
I'm just
she
out
was
here trying
hot
to
back
get
in the
banned.
day, but even at that point, I was like, "There's no way I could handle that because it'd be like throwing a hot dog down a hallway."
Woo!
Imperial Commando game should have happened at the ending of the Republic clone after the ending of the Republic clone Commando. I'll agree there. They really need a decent first-person shooter for Star Wars.
They really do.
Yeah.
I mean, Republic Commando's good. I
The
replayed
longer
it not
version
too
of the
long
Acolyte
ago.
Trail. I think that's what you sent me, Fox.
Yeah, I got your DM, so I'm gonna pull it up in just a moment.
Yeah.
I was just trying to look for something else that is a really good post from Stig about the kind of relationship between Darth Maul, Dooku, and Grievous in comparison to Darth Vader and Anakin and his fall to the dark side and stuff. I'm trying to find it.
A lot of people get mad at me because I bring up Kylo Ren was like the perfect Sith. So he does. He's
okay. You got to explain that one.
He's fully run on emotion. He's fully run on emotion, hate, and anger. He has no other thought in his mind but hatred.
But
and
he
pain.
doesn't have a degree of also some control.
Well, yeah, as a young
any
Sith,
kind of-
yes, but he would make the perfect person to be manipulated into a good Sith.
I think the problem is that they didn't actually flesh that out enough.
No,
with
and that
what was
they didn't
supposed to
flesh
be
a
in-
lot of shit out.
Yeah.
But Kylo Ren could have been a serious fucking badass Sith.
Because I remember a buddy of mine was like, "Dude, just wait, because this is not a Darth Vader Sith. This is meant to be a Sith who's still in training, basically."
Right, he's a fledgling. Like
Yeah.
you would expect him to lose himself to emotion and throw temper tantrums and destroy shit.
Right. I don't know. Maybe just having gone through the Bane trilogy, that isn't really a thing. And I'm not even talking about Darth Bane himself, but even for the other Sith that he's amongst on Korriban who are being trained, they still have a degree
Very
of
disciplined.
that. Yeah, they're still disciplined. They are, yes, harnessing their rage, their anger, and stuff like that to enhance their abilities. It's just they aren't also kind of throwing temper tantrums like a 5-year-old.
And see, I just thought about it as the purest form of Sith.
I mean, well, as Kenobi once said, right? From a certain point of view.
Yeah. Like, I didn't have a problem with him until the second movie.
Right.
Kylo?
Yeah, Kylo Ren.
Oh, man, I don't know. The whole helmet thing. I don't know.
He was definitely the Vader fan.
It would have been
which
better
is just
for
like,
him to keep his helmet on, and his face should have been more fucked up.
Yes.
Yeah, and it wasn't.
Like, they should have done like a fucking Malik, took part of his fucking jaw out, fucking one eye, fucking. They should have, if they wanted to go full Sith,
he should have been a
full
little more
evil person.
deformed,
They should have
yeah.
like cut his fucking jaw out, took his fucking eye, made him look like a mechanized mess. You could have shown him without the helmet off. They did it with Vader, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Malgus is beautiful. Like, look at my avatar, man. That boy's beautiful.
Malgus, who got his face smashed into the side of a mountain.
Yeah.
From a Kamehameha wave.
Yeah. Like, dude, I loved Malik. I thought that was like when he takes his mask off, he's got no lower
he's just
jaw,
got
his
that,
tongue
yeah.
just falls out.
Did
Like-
you see the what did we watch? Fractured.
It was like a reimagined trailer.
Oh,
it
it
was
was
for a
amazing.
CG. It was really good. Where it's the fight that took his jaw between Revan and Malik. And
like
it's
Revan
very
basically
well done.
like backhands him with his lightsaber and cuts his jaws off. It's like, kneel down. Like, shut up.
Yeah, basically whipping the boy into line.
Yeah. He's like, don't talk back to me. And it was just
you have not embraced enough of my power yet. You do not get it. You are denied.
And Revan was doing it just for the be the savior of the universe.
That's certainly what they morphed it into with the Revan book and stuff like that. It became the whole Sith Emperor stuff. And I kind of like. Yeah. I mean, I guess they fleshed that, but they were setting it up certainly in like Coder 2 because I think it was with the Goto. He was explaining how Revan kept a lot of military placements from the Republic, so they weren't going to be completely helpless after they completely took them over. They were going to have those emplacements so that they were gearing up for another invasion, which the Revan book for Star Wars: The Old Republic was kind of starting to emphasize is that the Sith race were wondering if it was time yet to invade the Republic space.
Now, was that the actual race with like the tendrils on their face and all that?
The red skin and everything. Yeah. Yep. And that's where you learn about Scourge and
I really like the idea of the Sith Emperor.
Yeah.
What's his name?
There was some good. There's it's like depends on which version. There was Tenebris, which was his original form, and then there was Valkorion, which was a later.
Valkorion's the one I know. But that would have made sense, with
Vitiate was the one. Vitiate was the one that was the one in place on Drummond Koss.
Yeah, but that would have made sense with them talking about before the sequels came out about the Emperor reaching into dark space. He felt this dark entity and all this stuff. Like they could have really brought that in.
Well, and for Palpatine, the idea became that it was preparing the galaxy for the Yuuzhan Vong.
Right. And that
was what he
stuff,
was. Yeah, that was what
expanding universe.
They started kind of going into this whole thing of, and I still need to read a lot of it, but that was like what I was understanding is that he was preparing the galaxy for the Yuuzhan Vong War, and then rebellion broke out.
So if you read the Aftermath books, which the first one's boring as shit, the second one's okay, the third one has good parts. But they talk about the Emperor was reaching out into dark space, in wild space, like sending these probes. He was looking for this dark energy, all this stuff, and it turns out he's just building the First Order out there, which didn't make sense since he was building his own army on Exegol. Right, so it made no fucking sense. But it would have made sense if he felt this dark entity and it was either Snoke or it was Vitiate or something like that, and it made a lot of us want
Jar Jar.
It made a lot of us want to see this stuff. Like, are we going to get Vitiate? Are we going to get, Snoke? Snoke
honestly,
the dark force he was reaching out for?
I probably would have honestly taken Vitiate at that point.
Right. That would have been cool. I'd have been fine with that.
You should ask Fractured how he feels about basically Bane being Palpatine and all the.
Oh, don't start with
all the through the years using the essence of transference, essence of transference.
No, Bane is not Palpatine.
Yeah. Well, my whole point.
I don't think Bane would have had the patience to fucking sit through all the shit Palpatine went through.
No. Bane was nothing but pure patience. That's the thing, especially once you get through to book 3. He does start to show a little impatience with Zana because she has not risen to the challenge yet. But I mean, through that, he then is like, okay, I need to find a way to keep this. Patience. He found a way to extend his life if he needed to. But I mean, he had nothing but patience waiting for Zana to get off her ass to challenge him. So I think he would have been, yes, I could see where he would very much be a Palpatine sort, but I much prefer characters remaining as their own separate characters. We don't need to lump every character into another character just to help build them up. I like Palpatine just being this evil, sadistic son of a bitch that was even showing some of that
don't besmirch his name.
So try and put a thing up here.
I'm besmirching his name.
Maybe their new game will be similar to other shooters, Titanfall and Apex Legends. What shooter game is Star Wars coming out with?
Nothing that I'm too aware of.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, maybe Respawn's coming out with something, but
that's the Jedi Survivor.
Jedi Survivor is a fucking platform game. It's fucking it's the PlayStation game reskinned.
No, they have a few projects out there. It's just they have not actually allowed anybody to do anything with them. That's it. And although it was mainly because LucasArts, the thing was bought out by EA, and they had a timed licensing for it.
And now it's out of EA's hands.
It's out of EA's hands, back to Disney, and Disney is basically loaning it out to different companies. I know Quantic Dream is a company that's working on a game, which is David Cage, if you know his weird little games like Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, and Detroit.
For the most part, like most of these new games have been showing, it looks like freaking phone games ported to consoles.
More or less for some of them. But also a lot of them have not gotten anything off the ground. They've all been canceled projects. Like even the Coder remake got canceled.
Thank God. Thank God.
I celebrated
after
that
they DMCA'd the fucking PC mod that brought it up to like Unreal Engine 4.
The Aspire mod, yeah.
Yeah, like I was so looking. I was like, when I bought my gaming PC, that was coming out. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't wait to play this. And then like
I was following that like no tomorrow. I was really excited for it. I'd followed it when it first got announced. I was like, oh, this is already looking great. Can't wait to see what gets produced. A little quiet time here or there. He started cropping back up, doing live streams of his development and stuff like that. I'm like, ooh, all right, here we go. And then the DMCA strike out.
So I played like some of the Obi-Wan games on Xbox and stuff like that, and I wasn't exactly thrilled by it. Now the Dash Rendar stuff, I like the lore. I like the lore. I've watched all the cutscenes. Same thing with SWTOR. I've watched all the cutscenes. But the KOTOR was it, man. KOTOR, like, fucking, I was like. You get what I'm saying? Like, KOTOR was the shit, and then you had KOTOR 2. KOTOR 2 wasn't as good as KOTOR, but it was still a good game.
It did a lot to help kind of flesh some extra things out. Like I said, with the Goto kind of telling you about Revan and everything. I liked Treya, however you want to refer to her. I thought she was great and real pain in the ass for your character of making certain choices throughout the game. I thought that really lent into everything. So, with its problems aside, I still thought KOTOR. I sometimes prefer parts of KOTOR 2 more than 1, just because of some of the gameplay mechanics that they had.
Fox here just dropped a bunch of games. I hadn't heard of any of these. Star Wars Hunters.
I've heard it. Hunters is another
FPS
like
Star Wars strategy game.
I was gonna say, if I remember right, Hunters was they're kind of like, I think it was gonna be like their kind of Fortnite-ish game. Yeah, I heard Ubisoft.
Well, it can be ported to mobile, so they're fine with that.
Well, Amy Hennig's game, I remember that got canceled, and she walked away. She'd walked away from a lot of gaming projects in general, and this kind of went into a consultory role last I knew, which was unfortunate.
I've been to Eclipse. Eclipse was supposed to did it officially get canceled?
No, I don't think so. Eclipse, I think, is the
Yeah, I think it did get canceled.
Eclipse was Quantic Dreams, or was that the?
We've talked about it a few different times, but it was the game that they said was going to be released at the end of the decade.
Right.
The website is still up.
Really?
Yeah.
Wonder who's doing it.
But the problem is fucking Disney's involved in it.
Of course.
And everything's gonna point to Jake Skywalker.
Well, everything was going to be within their lore and their continuity and stuff like that. That was like the one thing that kept them safe for Jedi Fallen Order. Fallen Order.
Has Star Wars Eclipse been canceled? There is currently no evidence that Eclipse has been canceled, though some rumors state that it either has been or inevitably will be. I think it's kind of like their movies. They're going to announce like 5, and they're going to like make 1.
Yeah. If only we could bring LucasArts back.
Dude, that 1313 game looked crazy. Was it 1313 or 1919?
Yeah, it was 1313.
Yeah.
Okay, so I finally found this. This is what I was trying.
So anything that Ubisoft is involved in, I keep thinking like new Assassin's Creed, where it's like go here, do this, go here, do this, go here, do this 50,000 times.
The thing is,
it's like Assassin's Creed 17.
The funny thing is, like, Black Flag, the gameplay was great and everything, especially for then the ship battles and all that. It just got bogged down once you had to do the Assassin's Creed missions, like
dude,
tailing and crap like that. It's like, dude,
Star Wars games literally get no better modern times other than PS2 Battlefront 2.
I'd go for Jedi Outcast as my personal favorite for sure, especially for lightsaber combat. You aren't going to get any better, because considering they also like adapted like Bushido blade style gameplay where your saber is actually deadly as shit. And they can be just as deadly back to you.
It should cut a finger off if it gets fucking close to it.
Absolutely. And that's been my problem with even Force Unleashed and Jedi Fallen Order and stuff like that, is that your lightsaber is a Nerf bat. It is not a lightsaber.
Force Unleashed was good. 1,000 gamer pointed that. Force Unleashed 2 was...
Well, that, like I said, it was just part of my...
Okay, I didn't 1,000 point that one.
No, the Unleashed 2 was just basically a big old DLC at best.
I like the imagining behind it, although it didn't fit with canon.
Right.
I did like the imagining behind it. It was kind of a fun thing.
Yeah, 1313 looked good, and it would connect to the Underworld series also. Yeah. Well, that was what was supposed to be the whole point. Was supposed to be doing that whole Underworld, Star Wars Underworld side of things.
And that's my problem with Andor. They did like an adult series, but it wasn't like they should have done an Underworld like crime adult series. Yeah. And it's Disney Plus. How adult are you going to get?
How far are they?
There's nobody going around. I'll give you fun for a death stick. And I'm taming that down, by the way.
Brandon saying agreed. It also has the gameplay of Uncharted, my favorite game series. Huh.
Yeah, see, I personally can't stand Uncharted. I bought a PS4 Uncharted edition for No Man's Sky. I think I have like an hour and a half of gameplay on that console. I did not like it. It felt like a cheap Tomb Raider to me.
It more or less is. It's basically the male Tomb Raider.
Yeah. I actually like the newer Tomb Raiders better. And I still only like beat the game. I didn't like 100% them or do anything like that. I just went through the story on easy to get it done and over with.
I played through the first one, and then that's where I left it.
Yeah, I played like 2.5 hours of Star Wars Uncharted, and that's what I call it. And I was
Jason saying the Force Unleashed 1 and 2 was fun. Starkiller was more OP, but in the book itself, he is not that OP like the games, because themselves had that happen, and it's normal. Well, yeah, that the gameplay end is always, and that's like
it's a little more fantasy.
OG always points out, it's like there's the separation that you make with it. The game, if it goes to books, that's more where you rely on the actual storyline and mechanics of what goes on in the universe, while the gameplay is just meant to be that. You are just meant to have some freaking fun and tear some shit up. That's where it's not meant to really.
And there's nothing wrong with that. You can insert the lore, and you can always put in, a thing at the beginning. This is not 100% canon. This is meant to be fun. There are parts of canon in it. But other than that, yeah. I mean, we all knew Starkiller wasn't pulling a fucking Star Destroyer out of space. In real life.
Okay, and this is what I was trying to find earlier. Boy, Stig. Says for Maul, consumed by hatred, Dooku, fallen Jedi, Grievous, cyborg Jedi killer, Vader, all three combined. Each of the three prequel trilogy villains in order symbolizes Anakin's fall and how he falls.
Makes sense.
And I was and then he quote tweeted it saying, Maul is obsessed with hatred and revenge. Anakin's first sin is doing just that versus the Sand People. Dooku is a duelist. Anakin executes him in cold blood during a duel. Grievous is a Jedi killer. Anakin slaughtered the Jedi. He becomes the villains step by step. And I was like,
I think Vader's consumed by hatred was more a hatred of himself.
It was like a mixture, because he hated the Jedi, for some of the Jedi that kept him back from discovering what secrets he needed to in his mind, keep Padme alive.
If
And
only
they kept him
Padme
from that
hadn't just given up. I used to mess with my ex all the time. I'm like, Natalie Portman's hot. She's like, oh, shut up. I was like, I just want to see where Luke and Leia came from.
Isn't that what anybody was looking forward to? Uncharted 2 and 3, pretty good for story games. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the Uncharted series either myself. I was really kind of looking forward to it because I knew
Uncharted games.
No,
his character. Yes, Gideon's character, not Giddeon, but the guy who played Gideon was in Uncharted.
No, I don't.
Juan Carlo Esposito.
Yep.
I don't think it's in the.
Hold up. How much you want?
I don't think it's in either one of them.
How much you want to
He's been in a lot of shit, and I give the guy credit. He's a great actor.
Yeah,
especially with half his face blown off.
1,000%. 1,000.
Uncharted was a darker Indiana Jones, while mythical plot twist with I don't know. I just was expecting more from Amy Hennig with that game series, considering she was producer and everything with the Legacy of Kain franchise, and that I think is just one of the top series out there personally. Stig, my fellow Norwegian, yeah, I love Stig. He's great. Another fun Twitter page to follow if you're on there. Oh wow, we've been going for 4 hours now. Damn,
yeah.
This is probably got to be our longest one so far.
It might beat the one that we did on Easter with Davioso. It was what was that? Was that
Oh God, wasn't that when we were like wrapping up to
It was Kenobi, I think. We were doing the watch party.
So.
Yeah. Filoni Blony, like it, love to see it. Yuzong Vong Ally over here. We love to see it.
Yuzong Vong guy.
Yeah, they get hated on so much. People either they either love them or they love them or they hate them.
I mean, that's to be said for a lot of the kind of the creations that came along at the time. Because I know for some people, the Yuzong Vong were kind of looked at the '90s edgelords, but as time went on, the characters got better. The whole thing got better fleshed out. So
they're the only ones that I don't know, and I need to.
But some people have their problems with they were how they were disconnected from the Force and stuff like that. I don't know. I think you kind of needed to create some new
really
enemies.
gave Palpatine a run for his money, though.
Yeah,
you say Dave Palpatine?
I said no. I said Filoni and then Palpatine.
Oh, but it kind of combined the two.
No, Dave Palpatine. Well, I mean,
he didn't learn everything from the master.
Yeah.
I never got to read the Plagueis book. Was that any good?
That was so. For the longest time, I viewed Palpatine in a particular way. I was, I'll admit, I was a bit of an edgy kid with some of it. I was like, he's not a real Sith. No way. He's just. I used I modified the line from Metal Gear Solid where Solid Snake Liquid Snake is talking about the president. He's like, he's no warrior, he's a politician. And I just basically use that the same way for Palpatine. I'm like, he's no Sith, he's just a politician. And that was kind of how I saw Palpatine for the longest time. It's just nothing but a politician. He wasn't really that. I mean, it was just called he was at the right place at the right time, and he foresaw everything. Because he just happened to say, I foresaw this. But then when I got through, when I was like, all right, I'm going through more and more of the EU, and I grabbed the Plagueis book, it just blew my mind. I'm like, and before that, I'd gone through the Darth Bane trilogy, so that really helped set me up for what the rule of two meant and what the purpose of it. And then I got the Plagueis, I'm like, oh shit, now I get it. I saw Palpatine in a whole new light. I'm like, okay, now I get it. Now I understand the whole thing.
Bro, his pièce de résistance was when he literally, him and Plagueis at the end of the book,
Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. If you're from Franceland, French kiss, whatever you want to say, amazing. Got the dude. Oh,
it's definitely like I wish we could get Ian McDermott to at least voice the scene,
dude,
because it shows and presents how Palpatine was playing his political machinations, but also doing his Sith training and everything. Plagueis diving more into the Force through midichlorians, his attempts at manipulating it, how the Force said, fuck the both of you. I got a new plan for you guys for your for what you think you can get away with, sort of thing, which was Anakin. But no, I just thought it really helped it really helped explain it, like I said, it also gave greater context to the midichlorians and the introduction of that. So it helped me certainly see that, because I didn't like it at first when that was first introduced as a concept.
A lot of people are blaming like this whole season of Mando on George Lucas, like naming the midichlorians in a way to measure them and use them. Like, you can insert midichlorians in somebody, that doesn't mean they can use the Force.
Right.
Your body has to produce them.
Yeah, and you have to at least be able to connect with them through and being Force sensitive.
Yeah, another way how they failed.
Yeah, they failed to understand it.
Just the Trashalorian is Filoni and Favreau.
Yeah, it's like, so understanding, like, you go into Marvel's X-Men and the mutants, it's something different in your brain or your chemistry that makes you that way. You can take a mutant's blood and put it in your body, and you might have a mutant effect for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Maybe.
Right.
But it's not going to make you a mutant. It's stupid. Like, it's all been debunked by fandoms before.
Like I said, Star Wars Theory though did a recent video after this episode about how I never want to like misquote the guy, because I don't know, but he basically was saying that like there was something in the EU to where somebody could become Force sensitive. If I remember the video right, he's going to come back and say, "Don't listen to this guy. He doesn't watch my videos." But something in the, but I don't know. I never thought you could, like, you're either Force sensitive or you were, and that's what
I would think you could if you had a steady flow of midichlorians in your body. I would think they would be like blood cells, and they would die eventually.
That's what Plagueis was trying to like figure out in the book. Like, was it not Fractured? He was messing with one of the races that were. Oh, what race was he messing with?
He was. I mean, you take your pick. He was testing all the different races and stuff like that in their
one that was
different individual. I mean, it's more than anything just testing the individuals, especially Force sensitives, to the way the midichlorians acted in their body, especially as they were dying.
One that wasn't Force sensitive that became Force sensitive or something like that. I remember in the book.
I'm gonna be going through the book again soon. I don't know. It's been a while.
I don't know. Here's at the end of the day. To play the whole thing that like Giddeon somehow found out to figure out a way to increase his midichlorian count because of Grogu, which is just absolutely just asinine.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Again, prove to me where in canon that's a thing where you can take the blood of a Jedi and somehow up your midichlorian count.
There is no canon, sir.
But
and that's a video idea I've had for a long time. What is canon?
I think you should do it.
Well, I know Open Airlock has a whole thing on lore and stuff like lore and continuity.
EU,
I need to watch that. I haven't gone.
But who owns canon?
There's canon, and then you have Disney.
The person that buys the rights to the studio does not own the canon.
No.
The OT creator owns canon, like intellectually in our heads. We own canon intellectually in our heads. Just because you have the rights to make shit doesn't mean you own the canon.
No.
It has to be accepted by the fandom.
And no. Yeah. 100%.
It's been pretty widely rejected.
What
do we got going on in chat here?
I've been keeping an eye on it.
Sabine with Ezra's Saber, Star Wars Plague is a damn good book. Didn't mean Ahsoka trailer, not the Acolyte. Yeah. The Acolyte, the Ahsoka trailer looked like shit.
Yeah,
it was a lot of Force stuff. And we brought it up when you joined us on Sunday. Like even the intro of it. Like, why didn't they do that practical?
It was all the volume.
Yeah, just those towers beside her, they could have easily made those cheaply, and it would have looked so much better. It looked like she was walking through a video game.
Yeah.
Dude, the other thing that was like, we watched the video where Filoni was explaining why this mysterious character, who I think is Cyberoff, had a yellow or an orange lightsaber, because he said something ridiculous like, well, I remember growing up and watching the movies, and Vader's lightsaber was never the same color, and it leaves. What did he say? Fracture is like is not what you think they are, or they're not who you think they are, or something like that.
Yeah,
Vader is exactly who the fuck you think he is.
No, he was referring to the two characters that we saw in the Ahsoka trailer with the
right. One had a red, one was like an orangish red.
Yeah, and that was his reasoning too. Was that like Hitman said that through the movies, through the different versions, the lightsabers, the red kind of varied in color tones.
Yeah, but that was technology. That was technology.
That was technology, and I still called bullshit because I'm like, I'm pretty sure I saw it as red.
Right.
I didn't see an orange or anything.
So I could understand like a Sith Padawan changing their lightsaber to red by making the crystal bleed, which they added as canon. So I could see it changing color, like she's not a full Sith yet. And I can understand why Vader having a red saber. Well, he just took fucking Palp's crystal. Anyways. But I could understand like someone transitioning to the Sith, their saber changing from blue to orange to red. Yes, I could understand.
Oh, that's what they're doing, isn't it? Oh. I know. I'm sorry.
But I don't think they'd be in combat.
I think the whole like bleeding lightsaber crystals is such a little kind of.
But that's the only way to make Ahsoka's.
It's like an edgelordy little thing. I'm sorry.
That's the only way to make the white Ahsoka sabers, because she cleansed the blood from the crystals.
Is that what their explanation is?
Yes, she took two Inquisitor lightsabers and made her own, and she cleansed the crystals.
The great one Ahsoka can do it all. Praise me.
I really liked Ahsoka's character. I thought it was a mistake. Like, it gave Anakin a little bit more humanity in the Clone Wars. It was like watching him raise a child.
I just felt like the problem is that it contradicts too much.
Yeah,
because even in the Revenge of the Sith book, it's like he laments that he was never got the chance to be referred to as master from someone else, and that was just it. He never got that sort of treatment. And that's
he never got that treatment from the council. Ahsoka called him
the council, and then they get, and it didn't make sense that after all that they know of Anakin, they're like, yes, we'll let you train this young Padawan.
He should have been a master to fucking do that.
He should have been more. I mean, they needed, because Yoda knew to a degree, yes, that Anakin was feeling dark side stuff while on Tatooine when he was off on his mission with Padme, so there's a degree of knowing that he's not ready for that level of responsibility. If you look at the Clone
Wars cartoon, Yoda knew everything that was going to transpire and had to let it transpire because that is how the Wills wrote it.
Right.
And to me, that added a lot more depth to Yoda, in my personal opinion, because he had to sit there and watch it and he couldn't tell anybody. But no, just in the Clone Wars, the interactions between Anakin and Ahsoka, you got how it would have been if he had raised Luke and Leia. You kind of got that feeling.
I guess I could see that.
Yeah, like it added more depth to Anakin, just like it added more depth to Obi-Wan and Anakin's relationship
and everything.
Yes.
I just don't think
there was some bullshit and some stupid shit in there, but it added a lot of depth to other things. And I'm fine with it. Like, if Disney Star Wars released a bunch of stupid shit, but it added depth and growth to what already existed, I'd be fine with that. But they're not even doing that. They're not even following the plan. They're not participating. They're making their own shit. They're not following the way it should go.
You guys do a review of Jedi Survivor after some people finish the story. I mean, I once it hits the high seas, I might check it out. But otherwise, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'll look into it.
You play on PC, right?
Yeah.
Do you have Game Pass?
No.
All right, so Game Pass is like $15 a month for PlayStation,
Right.
so you could probably get it beat it in a month. I mean, for PC.
Yeah, I might look. I don't know.
Plus, there's a bunch of cool ass games on there too. I have it on Xbox and on PC.
So I want to get your thoughts really quick. So we're talking about like the bleeding of the lightsabers, but what about Fractured? Remember when we talked about was it Filoni or someone said, one of those guys said that the lightsabers have feelings now.
Oh fuck.
Do you remember talking about this?
I think I remember we went into one of those.
So is my ex-wife's 220 volt vibrator.
What was it? That was what they were saying about why Wanda went so insane. Her vibrator died. For
Vision.
Yeah.
Why are the lights flickering?
Oh god.
It's just the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, lightsabers don't feel. I can understand like the crystal, like bonding with the user. I can understand that, but the lightsaber itself, no.
Well,
because
were they
there's
talking
like
about
the whole
crystal?
thing in
Yeah.
the whole thing in the Clone Wars where they have to go find their crystals. Like it's drawn to them.
Well, and they that already been kind of a thing through EU.
Well,
So I think
Luke,
that was like how
Luke,
that was,
Ahsoka, and Vader all broke that rule because Vader took Palpatine's. Supposedly, Luke took Yoda's. Ahsoka took 2 Sith Inquisitors.
Interesting.
So
I didn't know about Luke taking Yoda.
that's why Luke has a green lightsaber. Supposedly, that was part of Yoda's
I thought it was an
lightsaber.
artificial crystal.
Well, that would be in a red crystal, according to the Empire. Because remember, they were manufacturing fake crystals.
Well, who
for
the hell
First
got
Order.
this orange? The freak this orange crystal.
Well, what the yellow lightsaber was supposed to be what the Jedi Guardians.
Is it the
Well,
Sentinel?
that was like a game. That was a video game thing.
No. So that was
No.
also in Rebels, the people that protected the Jedi temples.
And
supposedly that was rolled off between the Jedi.
Sorry, I
So
got
as you were a Jedi, you served your time as a guard at the Jedi temples, and you were given a specific lightsaber and not your own.
Right.
So that kind of fucks up the whole thing with the crystal being drawn to you, and Luke and Ahsoka and Vader, and like it's so much contradictory shit.
Yeah, they are consistent at being inconsistent with their stuff. I mean, it shouldn't have been this difficult for them to keep their stuff in line, considering they already have their story group that's meant to be watching over this stuff. They
No, but you're
reset
wrong, though.
everything to just the
wrong,
base.
though.
I'm wrong.
Well, because Filoni himself said in the video earlier that he said that they have really good creators.
Oh,
Past, present, and future.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Hold on. Let me drink from my fanboy tears.
Oh God!
But it's so funny because we talk all the time. It's like they had the plans for like Book of Boba, man. Like this was literally Bounty Hunter series, man. They had those books. They had the books that
the Bounty
Karen
Hunter
Travis
Wars.
wrote, Bounty Hunter Wars. Dengar, man. If they had brought Dengar into can you imagine how much better? Like, obviously, it probably wouldn't have worked with the timeline, but still, like you could have
No.
adapted the book, But even the book itself, he's crawling out of the Sarlacc pit and he's all,
I mean, what's funny is
digested.
I listened to an abridged version of the book, and I enjoyed that shit a whole lot more. And
Oh,
they went into him getting out of the Sarlacc pit and everything. So.
Last time I checked, the Sarlacc pit wasn't able to take down Slave One and eat it.
No.
What do you mean, like face swallow? That was.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh my God. Jesus freaking Christ! That was like the worst shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
I have to get out of it. I have to get my
That
armor
was
back.
worse than the spin
what?
shots and the fucking bright Vespas. I didn't even need to watch that show. Like there was enough shown on Twitter and everything else for me to be like, no.
But you didn't like Boba Fett's little
Boba Fett is the most
Tuskens
ruthless bounty hunter in the galaxy, and that's how I would like to remember him.
And that show was them cutting his balls off. The ultimate.
The only good thing that came out of that show was Fractured's favorite character, Peggy.
Oh,
and then the mayor's assistant. Remember, Pigtails.
Is that kind of like the girl from Shang-Chi?
I don't know. It's just in Boba Fett, Mando. The
Fractured likes Jawas. She loves Jawas.
The
she
Jawa
dated a
fuck.
Jawa.
We call it. She's just called the Jawa fucker at this point.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
She literally said she had a relationship with a Jawa, and it's the mechanic that.
Oh
gave,
yeah! Oh my God! The Gap girl.
Yeah,
the girl fly a plane through her fucking teeth.
The girl that gave Din his N1 starfighter.
Yeah, a single seat fighter.
Yeah, the single seat fighter where
Grogu sits in a bubble until he gets R5, the original R5.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, you need to add that to a soundboard. The fucking Jawa sound. Oonini.
I'll grab the sound effects from Super Star Wars when you blast the little bastards.
They're like Houdini.
Oh God! All right.
Ooh, me love you long time, dude. You've been going for like 4 hours there, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to close it out. So I'm gonna be dropping your links here, Wookie. You got anything you want to pimp out, brother?
I will be doing something Sunday. This Sunday. Roman of the Empire is going to be joining us, which he does a lot of cool stuff. Other than that, next week I will be on vacation from YouTube. I'm moving my studio upstairs to a room half the size.
Half the size, huh?
Yeah, well, this has a metal roof, and I live in Florida, so when the raining season starts,
really,
it's kind of hard. It makes it really hard to hear it. So this is like an addition on my house, and so I'm going to move it upstairs and take some of my Star Wars stuff and my other stuff and set it all up. But other than that, I really don't have much going on. I want to get my last Starfighter video out before I shut everything down. Okay. But we'll see if that happens. Other than that, no, I don't have anything else going on.
Be sure to drop you on Twitter. Give you a shout out.
Thanks for jumping in, man. I appreciate it.
God, did you see the picture Fox just sent? If this is true, he said this is from the longer trailer that was taken from Celebration.
Brandon said, Tamura Morrison said he wanted to play a more ruthless Boba in his show instead of being friends with Tuskens and losing to Cad Bane. Well, and he also tried talking to Favreau, but Favreau was just like, just deliver your lines. I don't care.
Yeah, and fucking what the fuck was with fucking pasty? Fucking goddamn Cad Bane's like same color fucking Thrawn in his picture, and he fucking didn't do shit.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, this looks. I don't know. To me, this looks like a bad Photoshop. Almost looks like oh god, the actor that played the T-1000.
Like I could see this before VFX.
Right, but it's like they just slapped blue over like a blue. They just painted blue. They
well, look at his shoulders like cut off.
Yeah.
So if you go like,
I see that. Yeah.
Yeah. If you go like right here, his shoulders cut off. So this is probably a Photoshop. There's no shoulder here.
I'm thinking.
Even if he's wearing black, there's no line for it. But it's kind of a shitty picture. But
it's like they
Thrawn should have white all the way across.
Yeah. His shoulders just suddenly get cut off.
Yeah.
It's in the longer trailer and with Sabine. Saber and everything. Oh, so is that the picture I saw with her in the actual armor gear?
Is Sabine got the dark saber? You mean they repaired it? Did Grogu put it back together for him?
They're gonna. I think I heard people joking about that. They're gonna have Grogu fix the dark saber.
You're not gonna get Mando 4 until
he's gonna craft a new one.
You're probably not gonna get Mando 4 till season 2 of Ahsoka. Wouldn't shock me because Last of Us 2 is gonna go on. And he's not going to be able to be bothered with that. And it even said that, his filming with The Last of Us 2, he was supposed to have his helmet off in the last scene. They didn't have time to film it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Huh. Who knows?
Well, I mean, they're paying him millions of dollars while Star Wars is paying him thousands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've heard something about the.
Yeah, I think him and Gina's for 1 and 2 was $50,000 a season.
Well, hey, you're on a Disney project.
Well, and they sell it like you'll be able to go to conventions for the rest of your life and sell autographs and do this and do that. I'd be like, and fucking James Earl Jones don't do that shit. Fucking pay me, motherfucker.
Oh God.
I got to autograph Dave Prowse from like right before he died.
Oh, really?
He signed like thousands and thousands of fucking Return of the Jedi fucking posters. It's like a mini poster like that big.
Uh-huh.
It says "I am Vader" and it's signed Dave Prowse. And I guess James Earl Jones signs him, the voice of Vader, James Earl Jones. So I'm waiting for, I hate to say it, I'm waiting for James Earl Jones to get sick and fucking want to buy buckets so he'll fucking start signing shit because he never gets cons.
Cad Bane's going to get resurrected in Book of Boba Fett Season 2, probably.
Yes.
Probably.
Yes. Fucking
I
bring it on.
I already figured he was going to be alive anyway, so.
Yeah, when they brought back, what's his name?
Reason it's black on his shoulder is because that's a head from the video. Oh, so somebody in the crowd is blocking it?
Okay, I can see that. But yeah, like fucking, like Cad Bane didn't deserve to go out like that.
I honestly, I mean,
Cad Bane fought fucking Jedi and lived.
Yeah, well, that was just it. But God, I mean, once upon a time, Boba had done some of the same things. They basically gave Cad Bane Boba's origins.
Yeah, what's funny is like I had people walking to me and be like, "Wasn't Cad Bane better than that?" I'm like, "Yeah, Cad Bane was probably better than fucking Mando was." And they're like,
"Oh yeah,"
and they're like, "I'm like, yo, I guess you're talking about his death," and I'm like, "Yeah," I'm like, "They fucked him."
And even Mando, Dim Jughead doesn't make a lot of sense considering how long he's supposed to be a bounty hunter, and he got raffle stomped by Cara Dune in the way he did. I know they kind of ended in a draw, but I mean, she still was basically one-upping him. Yeah. That was what soured me on that.
I had people coming to me like, "Oh, she's a girl boss," and blah blah blah. I'm like, "Do you realize how fucking like Gina Carano would beat your ass?"
Well, that's the thing. She does have the added effect of knowing if you know her background. I didn't know anything about her other than she was in. I remember I was like, "Oh, she was in Deadpool, wasn't she?" I didn't know that she was some MMA fighter and stuff like that, so I had a different.
I gave her character a little bit of credit, plus being like one of the last survivors of Alderaan, she'd probably be a little bit more hardened than anybody else.
Maybe, but I mean, she went through some.
She didn't beat his ass. That was like a mutual ass kicking.
It seemed a little one-sided.
And I'm sorry, Den's not a badass fucking bounty hunter. Like the first episode, he was a badass bounty hunter. The rest of the shit, he wasn't that badass.
No, that was the thing though. They were trying to bill him first as being a badass, and then they took him. They were progressively taking him down a peg as it went along, and he's been in the Mando cult since he was a young kid. He should be very experienced and
he should be as dangerous as Boba Fett should be.
Yes, exactly. So. That was part of my problem.
And Boba Fett almost killed Anakin and Windu in the Clone Wars with a fucking bomb.
He did a good number on them. Yeah.
Also in the Last of the Jedi books, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, in the Last of the Jedi books, Mando was giving Obi-Wan some trouble, or Boba was giving Obi-Wan some trouble.
Well, and Boba was a character that was deemed dead by George Lucas himself.
Yeah, for Return of the Jedi, and then the EU decided to bring him back.
Right, but George Lucas always said he was dead.
Yeah,
George Lucas didn't like the character, didn't like the fact that it gained so much fame from nothing. Yes,
it's amazing what can be done. Because I never really liked the character myself. I didn't understand the hype behind him. I was like, don't care. But then Karen Traviss did the books explaining more of the Mandalorians and stuff like that through the whole I went through the Cadus books. I was like, okay, I'm kind of getting why Boba Fett is seen the way he is. And then I went through the Bounty Hunter Wars trilogy. I was like, okay, I can see a little more why.
When they made,
Still not my favorite.
When they made Boba Fett not a full-on Mandalorian, like he was raised by his dad as a kid, then he was raised by bounty hunters. Like that kind of ruined it for me. Like, and I'm like, okay, this guy
No,
was my favorite character.
That was the Filoni Clone Wars stuff. Yeah, that's where they did that damage.
Well, I mean, even in the prequels, they did that damage too. I mean,
well, that we had the thing from Attack of the Clones, but then it was fleshed out more again in the EU. So there is that part of it that was originally done for him. Because I mean, he has the whole he does have a wife. He has a kid.
There is a thing at Lucasfilm where it shows like the footsteps coming out of the Sarlacc.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyways, we were in the middle of trying to close this out. We just got on the whole.
Yeah, we got a whole nother tangent.
So Hitman, you gonna be doing any streaming or anything, or you just gonna be? Nah. All right, cool. I'm gonna be trying to get some streaming in next week. If not, probably on my usual 2 days of Wednesday, Thursday, and we'll of course be back for more Saturday Night Sith next week. As always, come back, check us out.
All right, one more thing. I do think my co-host is going to try to do Kick and YouTube today.
Okay, cool.
If anybody can show Static some love on Kick, you need 75 followers to get monetized there. But he's going to be streaming Cyberpunk, nothing Star Wars.
Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I'll shout it out later on Twitter.
Absolutely, I'll give it a share.
Yeah, there he is in the chat right there.
Oh,
Stack 2020.
Yep, Static 2020. Hey there, dude. Yeah, you can find him under that on Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah, and if he's supposed to send me the link stuff, I'll shout him out.
Okay.
Yeah, you were up early this morning, at least in the chat when I boomered the stream.
You sure did.
I'd already taken a nap by the time you considered early in the morning.
I was just waking up at 2. I woke up at 1 a.m.
I had you and the Legion of Memers up and cooking fucking jerk chicken on the smoker.
Well, one last thing. So, what could be better? Are you gonna be doing any streaming tomorrow? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I have my Sunday stream is 3 p.m. Eastern.
3 p.m. Eastern. All right.
Yeah, we cover like the week's pop culture. It's kind of like the poor man's FNT, kind of.
Yeah.
Nowhere near as good, not as well oiled.
Wow. You're still I've enjoyed your last few shows.
Okay.
So yeah, with that, I might try and do a gaming stream tomorrow. I don't know if Hitman will be available for Sunday night shenanigans. If not, maybe just my brother and I will be playing some SUTOR with our smuggler and trooper character.
You need to get Daviaso so we can all forward you the damn bounty hunter. I'm gonna have to do my own freaking bounty hunter thing. That's the whole point. We want to do the bounty hunter story, and he dipped out.
Anyway, with that, I will say good night. Have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye. I'll play it.
What is thy bidding, my master?
Yeah, I should have known from the very beginning. From what you said. Yeah, when the mega powers were formed. Yeah, what you were out for from the very beginning. Yeah, you were after what was mine. I remember what you said.
You can destroy the Emperor. Join me. Together, we can rule the galaxy as father and son.
Yeah, that one was rough. Those words right there. Yeah, I got stuck, yeah, but I swallowed it anyway. Didn't like the taste, but I swallowed it anyway, yeah. But I remember the time when there was a conquistador out of the ring, the one that's so jealous that he can't stand it, yeah. Yeah, you came in there with your poses, yeah, but you made a big idiot out of yourself, yeah. And speaking of idiot things, what about that stupid idea? Did you forget that one? Think back. That right there sealed your fate. Yeah, that put the madness over the edge. But I'll tell you what felt even better here was in the dressing room, in the first aid room. Me being unselfish, yeah, said go ahead, do the thing, yeah. You won't steal my thunder, no. When you take a look at the madness's eyes, all you're gonna see is complete and utter rage!